No, there we go. Yeah, I just got to winter, so we gotta get through this. We need to look for new settlers. Yeah, the the kids were being born here, mostly male. Just realised that now. So we'll be on the lookout for some new hires as well. We'll definitely need them. I think we might need another hunter as well. Oh yeah, we gotta fix this stuff here. Can't do much building now. I can probably fix up some of the houses later. Kill a bit of time. What am I looking for? Yeah, what is that there? Oh yeah, this stuff. I think we might need another hunter as well. That's it, that should do. Now let's check supplies before we head off. I'm still not properly organised. We're kind of okay. We're self-sufficient in a lot of things. Now,
Big child. Big.
you know, just grab the food and junk and then we're out of here. Let me see. Maybe. We might need a few of those. Still haven't done much decorating yet. There's still a lot of structure, fences, stuff like that to do. I'll check the food and then we'll see if we need another hunter coming in maybe. To supply the guys in the kitchen. I don't think so. I don't know what is flashing, to be honest. It's one of the production buildings anyway, but it's not going on for long. I doubt it's still logs. Might be. Something got to do with the planks maybe. Once I get a few more guys in, that should clear up. Now, we have, yeah, we want to be, you know, sticking to 3-day seasons this time. And then the second we have any time during those 3-day seasons to, you know, do something on this. Flowers and stuff, probably better leaving that till summer. Now, yeah, I said I wanted to put one of the wells here. I used this fencing here as something, you know, a little bit different. Look at that, not so sure about the trees. Not too bad in the summer. Something like that. I'll need one down the other side eventually. I'll work something out on that. Now, let's get the food. But I sorted what I needed to do with, yeah, with this guy. There. So I'll need to fence it off and fix it up later. Now here, and I want to bring, well, the second we get to a season where we can see it, another road right down here. And hopefully put our fishing hut here. So I don't have that many more buildings to do. We'll have to put something here, and most definitely something here. And then the rest down here, which will be just some houses. And I suppose we could put in another couple of fields if we needed to. Oh, what's 2 buckets doing here? That's a lot of eggs. Maybe I'll tune it down a bit later. No, we seem to be okay for meat. That doesn't seem to be a problem. It doesn't seem to be much of a problem. That's 100 on that, but now I'll just get rid of some of that stuff. And we'll be ready to go. Oh, we can take our time with our rounds because we're stuck in this season for 3 days. Either way. But we are looking for some new settlers. 18, 19 years old. All female for these guys here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. And we're pretty okay. And I'll see how many more houses we need. Oh, hi Cajun. How are you? Too old, yeah? Yeah, you gotta kind of put them roughly in within a year or two of each other. They start kind of going missing from the game, apparently dying. I think it's around 50-ish or something, or 60. Or, no, I think it's 50, actually. Yeah. So, it's kind of easier that way. You know, you get them in around the same age, they'll probably die off the same age and you get the house back. Yeah, that's the landlord breaking out on me. Did it? Oh my. Was it the game or was it a dodgy update from Microsoft? On cell phone. Oh my. Yeah, Twitch uses a lot of battery power too. What I do is I use an old cell phone I have as a kind of monitor, you know, to make sure that the stream doesn't go sideways and the audio is okay. And what I usually do is I have it on the charger as well as it's playing. It goes down pretty quick, you know, no matter how good the battery is. The GPU. Oh. Not that I know much about them. The GPU, that's put in place with a kind of metallic gel stuff, isn't it? That tends to heat up and kind of crack off and then it loses contact. It's a kind of paste, isn't it? It might be something as simple as that. Hopefully it's not fried. Just stopped responding. Yeah. I don't know much about them, to be honest. Just whatever crosses my YouTube channel sometimes, and you know, I just kind of watch. Right, okay, I think we're good to go. Ah. Yeah, it's 15. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's on its day. You know, anything that will suffer a little bit of heat for that amount of time. Yeah, it's probably a gunner. Yeah, it's old. Well, at least on PC anyway, you wait till something actually breaks down. When your cell phone gets anywhere maybe past 5-6 years old, Microsoft will send you an update to break it. So you don't have to even wait for it to happen naturally. "9 years old, yeah. Depends too, I suppose, on how much you use your PC. Like any part, let's say, subject to, heat, eventually, I remember on some of the old stuff, even long before video games and stuff, they would use that kind of circuit board kind of technology. Depending on the heat it suffered, it would go quite brittle, and it would kind of go to dust. It's like, do you know the light fittings? Kind of similar plastic. Um, you know, sometimes from the heat of the bulb after a long time, you're trying to screw off that top part to maybe hang a shade or something, and the whole thing just, smashes. Yeah, it gets very brittle. You used it a lot. Oh, well, you got your use from it then, I suppose. I suppose it would depend on how much cooling as well you had on it. But you're saying a laptop, so it wouldn't be anything, massive amount of heat, I'd say. A stupid migraine as well for the past 2 hours. Ah, sugar. Yeah, come on then. Yeah? Come mess with a croc. There we go. Wolves are not too bad, it's just a matter of timing with the axe. Although if you miss, you'll get a nice few nips. Oh, I might do maybe 4 or 5 hours tonight. I've got to, I found out actually yesterday evening, I go to a funeral anniversary mass, not 50 miles away, so I'll have to drive. Don't want to be half asleep on that one. So we'll see, it all depends. We'll definitely do the Aura 4 and I'll try and push a bit more. The migraine isn't helping me either. My eyes are killing me. I think it might be something got to do with that tooth extraction I had about a year or two ago. I think there might be some nerve damage in there. That's all I need. Now, okay, let's get through this. Hopefully this migraine will pass.
Can I help? Best price.
Well, there's nothing we really need, to be honest. We just need to get rid of this junk. Oh, a lot of stuff I didn't even bother dumping. Right. Let's get rid of some of this. That as well. Oh, where did that come out of? That's a lot of eggs. Maybe I should turn it down a bit. They're only there for show anyway.
The king seems to be welcome.
Yeah, we don't really need anything. We'll just start getting rid of this.
Hope to see you soon.
I think we'll do it probably half the towns alone, with just food alone, I'd say. And here, let me get my reading glasses for this one. It's, Killer Bee, is it? Oh, Killer Bee. Yeah. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome. And how have you been, Killer Bee?
You're the goods of
Oh, let's see. We just get rid of this junk. We're stuck anyway, occasion in this until, let's say, we have 3 days in this season. And then once we get to spring, we can do a little bit of building again. Yeah, get rid of that junk. Maybe our settlement is a
It was nice.
tad too big. Oh, take our time, we should. No, hopefully finish it. Although we'll have to walk slowly through it, I'd say, when it's finished.
How are you?
No. Just get through the vendors, the usual thing. I'll get back as soon as possible.
Greetings.
We'll have to find something to do. This will probably take one in-game day. There's some stuff I can fix up, I suppose. I think I might be able to do a little bit of the fencing. But anything got to do with marking out on groundwork is impossible to do with the snow. Yeah, you gotta see what you're doing. Okay.
Best prices in the area. Farewell.
Okay.
How do you another client?
Oh, sugar, I forgot to check the NPCs. We're looking for 3 more villagers, aren't we? We are. Let me see. Okay.
Farewell.
So, they need to be female between the ages of 18 and 19. That's a pity. 21 is too much. It's not great anyway. There's no need to rush that much. But if we find out ideal candidates, we'll be good.
I'm an experienced traveler, but a shy one. I only travel.
Oh, soured milk, yeah, you can make cheese and stuff for that. But I've got some hunters going. Just too complicated. If you have enough hunters in, just give them roast meat. And just sell everything else. And then once you get the settlement kind of finished, you could do the small things. Yeah. Because, once you do that, you've got to get other stuff in, making other stuff. And I've been kind of spreading the settlers out. I'll show you what we've been doing. Here, let me just save it here. This is my first playthrough on this map. But about 7 months ago, I did the Oxbow map first. So I come back in here, there was 3 achievements I couldn't get on the Oxbow map. Plus, it gave me an excuse to play it again. Plus, I had, the new DLC, Blessings of Nature, I think it's called. Where you can plant trees. So, I could do a new design, let's say, on the settlement. But, this is the settlement here. I haven't actually, named it yet. So this is the way I'm going with this one. It's huge. Oh, hi, Jarton, and how are you? Now, the game is it can easily deal with something this size. Although the trees are a new element, Kirby. There's a slight animation on the tree, so, it is hitting that cell a lot harder because of it. I'm using a lot of trees, so I'll actually show you. Here, I have a save here anyway, don't I? Yeah, let's get back. Oh, it doesn't look much in the snow, but in summer. And I still have a ton of decorating. Maybe about half a dozen production buildings to do, and maybe about 10 more houses. So I'm going to probably be pushing this engine to its limit. Well, let's see if we can get away with it. I'll be doing the fencing eventually on the other side. I just got to make sure I've made all the entrances first. So this thing is absolutely huge. Yeah, I need to spread it out a bit more. Well, yeah, I can do lots of haystacks and junk all over the place. I did one in Oxbow that I actually finished. This is a different design. You know, the trees make the difference. Although they do have a big effect on the cell. Yeah, it doesn't look much in the snow. Once I get everything in place, it should be okay. Still needs a ton of decorating. So, no, a lot of room. I did finish one back at the Oxbow map. I still have the save here. This one is finished, but I wasn't using the DLC on this. Or any trees on this, they're all, you know, pretty much there when I got there. And I think I only removed about 8 or 10 trees while I did this one, which made building it a lot more difficult. I'll have a quick look at this and then we get back to the game. This one was a very nice spot in Oxbow. You know, the one near the waterfall. Ideal place as well for a windmill. Right on the hill. Yeah, I did all of the... well, most of the crops there. And the vines, of course. But I usually just send out enough hunters. I'll get some guys in to cook that stuff, and yeah, they'll work off the meat. Make it less complicated while I'm, you know, doing this stuff here. Takes a little while to load. Stupid migraine is killing me. I'll give it a half an hour, it might get a bit better. I think it might be nerve damage or something after that tooth extraction. Get this every month or so, every couple of months. Yeah, so no DLC on this one. We finished it up about 3 or 4 days before the DLC came out. Great place for a mill. It's one of our inns there. And you just literally just drop that stuff and push it into place on a table. Pretty much, you know, what we used to do in Oblivion, the original game. Although it's easier to do on this. The stuff in Oblivion was always top heavy. That's when I managed to get enough junk in this to make it look like, you know, it was being used. Yeah, just drop them from your menu into place. Just make one of those on a, just let it roll into place. They don't give enough bric-a-brac in this, so you got to be creative and kind of use the stuff from your menu. Oh, hi, young. And how have you been? I was just showing Killer Bee the last settlement we did here. We're stuck in winter on the other one, and we're waiting to get out so we can do a little bit on it. This had a nice lake here as well, so we managed to, you know, make use of that one. Not too bad, yeah, just a little bit of a migraine. You remember that butchering that guy did on my tooth about a year ago? Yeah. Every few months or so I keep getting a migraine. And it almost feels like I've got that toothache back again. I think I might have nerve damage there. Although, to be fair, I think I had nerve damage even when the tooth was there. But I don't think he helped a lot, to be honest. But it was like going to a medieval smith with this guy. He was, yeah, he was a butcher. Large orchard here. It's not a good season to see this. Probably better spring, you know, when everything is green. Autumn, not a great time. That's my house there. Although this is a really nice feature on the map. And of course the mine down here is an added bonus. So this was the only thing that was here really. This bridge and that road. And the trees, obviously. Of course the mine in there. Two inns here. Hi Terry. Different. Yeah, I've got a migraine. Yeah, maybe that's affected it a little bit. I think I have a slight cold. You know what it's like this time of year. And that's the other inn. And this is what this guy looks like from the map. But putting in the palisade here, you know, it has to kind of go in one piece, or it looks horrible. That was probably the hardest thing to do on a settlement. This here. Because from, let's say, start to finish, from entrance to wherever you're finishing it up, it had to be in one piece. If you stopped it here and added, you could really see it, you know. So that was a bit of a challenge. But got there in the end. That view there with the mill and the vineyard. Yeah, I think that turned out the best, really. Really, yeah? I'll get a bit closer. Yeah, that was an ideal spot, but I said that from the start. You know, we needed that mill at the highest peak. Plus, that's pretty much dead ground anyway. You'll do zero building there. All you can put there are fields. It's definitely dead ground. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, I think that turned out well. And that's it, that's my Oxbow settlement. I actually did get to name that as well. Here it is here. Where is it again? Yeah, that's where I have the sign there. That's in Gaelic, but English translation it means far from home. So that's what we call that one. Pronunciation in Gaelic would be Fada Balya. And that's it. This took ages to do, but I think the other one will take a bit longer because of all those trees. But I needed something different. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this was fun. The other one is going to be, well, you know, if I didn't use the trees like I did, I'd just be kind of repeating myself on this, to be honest. So I definitely needed to do something different. And yeah, using all the trees, that was definitely different, you know. That's a, the building stuff is okay on this, but if you had more different buildings, you know, different stuff, you could do something, you know, a lot different. But it gets down to the stage when you do a huge settlement like this, shape and design, then, you know, it seems to, well, from shape, design nearly, kind of, it's all the same, you know. Just a matter of choosing fences and stuff. But the trees really make a difference on the other one. Oh, let's get back to that one. But a very relaxing game. I would use this Killer Bee, let's say, you know, when I'm not streaming, when I have a few hours just to kind of wind down. Building has always been relaxing. A nice chance to escape, if you know what I mean. But not for everyone, obviously. Not every game was made for everyone. But it takes a while. It uses a similar system to Valheim. You know, when you're putting down the crop fields a certain direction. In Valheim, if you're digging a moat, let's say, you're making a castle, whatever the case may be. If you didn't kind of dig in the right direction, the ground would be really jagged. You know, you couldn't get a clear kind of ditch, you know. Ostrev is like that. I'm not familiar with Ostrev. So is Ostrev well, it's another streamer, is it? But I would always use the crop fields to line up the buildings instead of the roadway. Else when you're putting in the crop fields it looks really horrible. You could use the crop fields too as a kind of rough measurement, you know, to keep everything, you know, pretty straight. I had an argument. Oh, really? Yeah, he's probably, you know, just in a bad mood. Yeah, I'd let that one slide, Terry. Village building game in the Ukraine. Nice. So he does the kind of village building. Nice. Yeah. Let's say if anyone is consuming too much alcohol in a family setting, it can be stressful. Yeah. You know, maybe he might be going through a bad patch and stuff like that. In a situation like that, you maybe, you know, when he's drinking, it's best to avoid him. You know, after all, he is your dad. And, you know, people make mistakes. But I usually come around. Well, you know, you could always, you know, maybe move out, get a flat if that's what you want. But, you know, give it good consideration before you do. You know? You know, people deal with pressure and stress in different ways. Sometimes they make the wrong decision. It's a pretty easy thing to do, you know? Yeah, or maybe, you know, when he's sober, just sit down, you know, see if, you know, you can come to some kind of agreement or something. Yeah. Now, okay. We're looking for NPCs as well, aren't we? Right, let's see the rest of this. So basically I don't build anything on the ground, let's say, when I'm in the snow. I can't really see it properly. So we've got today and 2 days as well to get out of the season. There's a minimum of 3 days. So we'll do our rounds, sell our junk, maybe hit a couple of bandit camps if we find any. At this stage now we can make anything we want, so there's not really much point. And then when we get to spring we can, you know, start to do some stuff. Yeah, you see, it would be unfair of me to comment too much on this. You know, this is a family kind of thing, so I don't know what's on his mind, what's eating him, you know. But usually it's, you know, no, there might be something stressing him out. Not that it excuses, let's say, if, you know, you're drinking too much alcohol or you're, you know, being toxic, but we're all human, you know. So maybe move to your auntie's for a few weeks and see if he comes round, if that's what you want, obviously, you know. But you know, family relationships can be very, very complicated. Extremely complicated.
Oh, it's you again.
Now let's just hit these real quick. What's the next one? Yeah, we'll just get their cash and then we'll move out. It is possible, of course. I'm sure he'll eventually realize this. But let's say in times of great stress or loneliness or whatever the case may be, people can use crutches sometimes. Seems like a good idea at the time, and it is at best a temporary solution. But all it does is just, you know, eventually make the situation way worse. You know, alcohol would be one, even drugs, unfortunately. You know. We find it hard to deal with stress or even grief. And you know what to say. Grief is the price we pay for love.
How have you been?
Well, it definitely wouldn't be helpful. If you could get into a system where, let's say, maybe you could avoid him for a few weeks, you know, just for your own peace of mind. You know, in your own room, have your own TV show, stuff like that, and maybe just bear with him for a little bit. But if you feel like it's affecting you too much, you know, maybe, as you said, move to your auntie's for a few weeks, and maybe realization will set in then. Yeah, it's not easy to deal with this when you're going through issues yourself. Absolutely. It's much like, let's say, if you're a recovering alcoholic. I've never been. The only thing I'm addicted to is nicotine, unfortunately, my only vice. I've never been really fond of alcohol. I can drink it if I want to. No substance abuse problems. I don't even take painkillers. But I've heard that if you're a recovering addict, let's say, and you know you're working on it and you're under stress and that, you know, being around people still involved in that activity is, you know, it's really bad for your mental condition, which is obvious, really. Not that your situation is similar. It's just, you know, if you're suffering, you know, from stress and there's somebody there that's suffering as well, you know, and maybe making yours a little worse, it's not easy. Definitely old enough to be. No one's perfect, Terry. You know, We all have our faults. We're all human. The thing is, you know, if you find a fault in yourself, to try and work on it. But, you know, 80% of the battle is recognizing your faults. You know, if you can recognize your faults, you've got a really good chance of improving. That's the first obstacle, you know. And working on yourself as well. That's what I try to do. Not always successful. Oh, thank you. But, you know, relationships on social media are nice, you know. People bond and that. But let's say for a healthy mental state, you know, you need to be, you know, chatting with real people as well. You know, we all crave that kind of social interaction. Twitch and social media is a nice thing. You know, it's a kind of a bonus on that kind of thing, you know.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Oh, let's get rid of some of this junk. I've got a ridiculous amount of animals in. They're mostly for decoration. What I'll do is, once I get too fed up with this, I'll just kind of tune down the production of it. You know, once I do a little bit more micromanagement, I need a few more guys in. And then we'll just tune it down to maybe a 5% overproduction or something. I'm doing this so I find it levels them up a little bit quicker.
Let me show you my wares.
I don't think there's anything I need. Here, we'll take your firewood. I haven't got the time to be making that stuff. Now, we'll try and get rid of the food, obviously. Yeah, that's good enough.
Superstitious.
Well, we have a good supply of dyes and stuff, and I don't need to do houses for a long time. So there's no point in getting it now.
How do you do?
Right, let's go. I've even told Mark that you're like a dad because you're always there for me. Oh. You know, I'm always here for anyone who wants to talk. Life can be stressful indeed. You know, we get the odd day every week or every month where we're not under some kind of stress. We can consider ourselves lucky. But that's modern living for you, really, isn't it? You know, everything is so complicated. Before, all we had, I'd say, millennia ago, you know, just to worry about a roof over our head maybe, and, you know, food. That was it. Now it's different. It's mortgages, you know, kids, expenses, bills. Goes on forever. We have definitely made our lives complicated.
Want to see my wares?
And then this rash of politics and ideology and tribalism and social media, you know, milking that for what it's worth, you know, farming it. Yeah, it can definitely worry a person.
Goodbye.
But most of the stuff we see on social media is just smoke and mirrors. Stage theatre. For the masses.
Can I help you with anything?
What a load of junk I'm carrying.
Hope to see
Well, at least
you
we've got something to sell. Now, we're almost halfway there, and once we get to this one here, we've got the 5 villages this side of the river. I look out for the special vendor, because with the DLC, they sell special seeds. I've got enough of everything else, but I usually pick up the majestic trees. Although I probably have enough to finish. I always buy them, regardless. I used a lot of the stuff from the special vendor too for decorating. I think we're past that stage now. This is the part I hate, doing the rounds on this. I need to get rid of this junk somewhere. And of course, if I didn't do this, we wouldn't have money, so that was kind of helpful.
Hello. Whatever you need, I've got it.
Wow, okay. Once I start getting the inns up and running,
Oh, take
we can
that.
definitely use that honeycomb making mead. And then that would require, obviously, a potter, who would then in turn require a guy in the excavation hut. It's complicated. You know, one product could take 4 or 5, guys to run. And then those guys would obviously need water. So you need a guy at the well. That guy would need buckets, so that's another guy then, let's say, at the woodshed, and he'd be doing planks and logs. Yeah.
Oh, can I help you? Let me
So that's why I just kind of mostly go with the meat in the beginning and then fine-tune it once I get some stuff done. Yeah, it can be a complicated little game. Okay.
you. Goodbye, dear.
Now, Costovia. There's 4 vendors there if we don't meet the special one. I forgot to check my inns. I've got 2, there's 3 others in the game, so that's 5. So they'll always show up at a inn, so I suppose I've got a 40% chance they're back at my
How is
settlement.
life treating you?
I actually forgot to check. Yeah. See this here? The devs use
Probably going to become a city.
I think like that. You remember we used to use in Fallout 4 a mod called Place Anywhere, where you could actually just push something, right through something else. We used it to make different pieces of furniture and that. They've used something similar on this because you really can't get stuff that close. Now, you know what I forgot to do again? I forgot to check for the NPCs. Oh, that's a guy, is it?
Travelers of
Ah,
this realm
sugar.
are
Oh,
drawn to the
guys.
bonfires.
Here, let me just save here. I'm looking actually for NPCs. So we'll save here. And let me go back and see. Do we miss anyone? Yeah, I haven't picked up NPCs since the very start. Villagers. But the way the population is going, I've got 40% more males than females, so that's definitely not working out for me. We got guys, using a lot of space. And I want a biggish kind of population. So let's see if we missed anyone. Nah, it's been ages since I actually did this, so kind of forgot. Where are the guys here? Okay, let's see. Oh, there's a female. What age? Oh my good god. Oh, hang on, that's... Yeah! That's the oldest NPC I've ever seen. You're kidding me. 46. Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh my. That's mid-30s really is usually the oldest you'll see.
How do you do?
That's definitely something. Let's see if we did miss anyone. We can pick them up a little later.
What?
Ah, 25.
I should compare the prices in other villages.
What about you?
He may look like an idiot and
No,
talk
she's
like an idiot,
actually
but
from
don't
the
let that
village.
fool you. He really is an idiot.
No, a couple of guys. Hang on. 18. We got one, guys. We got a live one. We got a live one. Okay. Yeah, you would, Pluto. I think the average age, I think, would have been around 45 or something. Yeah. You'd be lucky to hit middle age. It was a combination of a lot of things, obviously. You know, bacteria, germs, all that kind of stuff. People were dying off like flies because of appendicitis. But then you had a good chance of actually just being murdered by, you know, maybe the local lord or something, or else to be recruited into service as arrow fodder. Yeah, you would have been lucky to hit 40. Usually, the more well-to-do people would live a bit longer. It's pretty much like that now. But science has come a long way. But in the Middle Ages, they had some unique stuff too that they're only really looking into now. Let's say in France, in Paris, this would have been around the 1400s. They actually used dogs to identify infections and ailments in patients. You know, their sense of smell. They were pretty good. And it's only now they're starting to really look into it. We've used them, let's say, for drug sniffing and stuff like that. But they're doing tests, let's say, on the big C and stuff, you know, putting small samples of that in containers and getting dogs to track it down like it was drugs. So, you know, their sense of smell, it's so keen that, you know, you could bring in a dog to a patient. And, you know, if you had anything like that, no matter how hard it would be to find, let's say, you know, with tests, this dog would probably know straight away, which is pretty awesome, to be honest. So in some ways they were, well, they could only work with what they had, I suppose. What's she 18, she is, okay.
Oh, it's you again.
There we go. Now, let's team her up with one of my guys. Now she's definitely needs a lot of work. So, this is one of, I think this is third generation here, or second. Maybe second. Okay. You got yourself a bride. Let's see if I can find her. There she is. Oh, no. Okay, where is this lady? Oh, this is so stupid. Hang on, where are you? Oh, there she is. There. They've teamed up. Now we need to get her a job. Let's see if we can see her skills. What have we got here? Is this alphabetical? No, it's not. Could be kidding me. It's just here somewhere. This has gotta be. I thought it was with an I. Oh, there needs to be a better system than this. It is. Here. Should be able to find her this way. Ah, here it is. There she is. Well, it doesn't really matter what we do. Well, I suppose we'll put her into production, I suppose. There's a spot open there. Okay, she'll go into production. We need 2 more like her. And she's gonna take a bit of work. Smithing, that's the fastest way to get it up. Oh, where is she? There she is. There. Alright, she's done. Now. It cost us a bit more cash, but we've got tons of it. Now, what else did we miss? We missed 1, 2, we missed 3 other
How
ones.
do you do?
Totally forgot about it. There. Now, let's see. Yeah, since almost the start of the game, I haven't picked up any settlers. I totally forgot about it. 28. Oh no, 24. What's that? That's a guy, is it? 19, that's a guy. It is. Too old. Okay. 2 more places to check. And then we can go back to the original save.
Hello.
Well, we'll have to sleep anyway. We'll sleep outside Gostovia. We need, where is it? Come on. What's it called again? Yeah, there it is. Tutki. Now let's see. What have we got here? 21. Pity. Oh, I think we already seen this, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Right, let's try that one close to the settlement and then we're good. What is it called again? There it is. Veronica, I think it's called. Now let's just quickly check these guys. And the Romans too, Pluto, were pretty advanced. They were doing metal plating in skulls, and they pioneered eye surgery, cataract surgery. They used a tiny metal pipe with a needle, let's say, stick it into the eye and remove the fluid. Strangely, the equipment we have today, let's say, for doing that, it's not that much different than what the Romans used. You know? Not that much different. Well, what spurred on that was, let's say, a Roman soldier was pretty valuable. Not only were they soldiers, but they were engineers also. What they would do is, in long periods of peace, let's say, the last thing the emperor wanted was idle soldiers. So, they were all trained as engineers as well. At peacetime, when they weren't killing people, or let's say, you know, when there was no war, when they weren't killing people, they were doing massive buildings, bridges, aqueducts. Brilliant work. Really gifted. So I would do that kind of stuff. They were pretty valuable. That's what kind of spurred on the concern, which was how could I put this? A different example to, let's say, how Napoleon, you know, treated his troops, or the troops in the First World War, for nothing more than expendable cannon fodder. Yeah, no. Okay, we're okay. We got one at least. Right. Let's carry on. We did miss one. We still have 4 or 5 more places to check. There's no rush. It's just if I come across them now at the right age, we'll bring them in. It would be nice if there was an option to skip a season in a day. And then we could age the population properly. Unfortunately not. I have to shave once I finish the stream. I have to go to an anniversary mass. I might have to drive there, and it's about 50 miles away. Even though I'm feeling not the greatest. But I haven't shaven in ages. I look like I belong in a cardboard box beneath a bridge. Yeah, I look like a bum. I usually don't shave, at least say every couple of days. My skin on my neck can be sensitive sometimes, but I think I'll let it go for about 4 days this time. Yeah, it always does. It's yeah, a lot of stubble. And uncomfortable. It's at that length now where it's really uncomfortable. It feels scruffy.
How can I help you?
Spiky? Yeah, we could go with spiky, I suppose. Okay, let's get a bit of sleep. I think we killed a bit of a few wolves as well, so let's hash that up and we can sell it off. And I think we need something to eat and something to drink. We'll do that before we get some sleep. I usually turn that food and water requirements off when I'm building. Sometimes I can do it for hours, so I don't want to be distracted too much by that, but this is different. We're playing the game. And for the purpose of the stream, we'll have it on. Okay, we don't want to get poisoned, so... There, we're pretty good. Now, I have a spiky beard, really. Now we're good to go. Right, these guys are a little bit late getting up out of bed, I'm afraid, but let's see if there's only 4 vendors here. That's if the special vendor is... Oh, the special vendor is here. No. No. I wonder did we miss him back at our settlement. We'll see. Alright, give me your cash. Yeah, have some honeycomb. Okay. We'll start to get... Oh, look at the amount of rod I have. That was something I probably didn't get around to selling. There. That should work for a little bit. We'll just slim that down and then we'll, you know, work on the other stuff we have. I don't want to be bringing that back. Because of all the animals, we have obscene amount of fertilizer as well. I'll have to tune that down eventually. There's nothing really I much want, except those. Yeah, I might need those later. Okay. Let's see what we've got here to... Oh, I forgot to put those away. Now we can pretty much start using this, I'd say. Oh, I'm keeping the onions anyway. Okay, what have we got? 1.2 here. There we go. Right, 2 more vendors. Or maxed out on animals. That's not a problem. Okay, where are these guys? Oh, there's one, is it?
How can I help you? Whatever you need.
Yeah.
See you soon.
Now, where's that old guy? There. Yeah, where's that, Oh, for goodness gracious sake. Come on. No, Edwin. Yeah, there's an old guy here somewhere that stays with those cows. That's funny, I thought he was living in here. Oh, we'll have to wait for him. Laziest villagers ever. Very sleepy, yeah? Okay, this is boring. Come on.
Trust.
Okay, where is this idiot? I might leave him behind. Now, what happens sometimes, it's very rare, but one of the vendors will go missing. Well, this is the great thing about this game, it resets every season. So if you get a bug like that, it's only for one season. Yeah, I think he's not here, guys. Yeah. I think we've, yeah, I don't think he's here. I'm almost sure. Hey, with the guy, this farmer guy. It happens sometimes. It should set itself again. No, there he is. You silly bugger.
Can I? I've got everything you need.
There he is. Right, we are out of here. We've just got 4 more villages to do. This one here only has about 3 vendors. We should be able to get those guys coming right out of the house. We'll be in and out real quick.
How do you do?
Where's Danica? There it is. Yeah, what is that? It's not showing me what it is. What I don't think I'm sure of anything. It's production. It might be something got to do with those 2 guys barely keeping up with bucket production. Now there's 3. Okay, what's going on now? 2. Ah! I'll get back. We'll find it later. 1. Ah, come on. Give me a break. I'll check supplies when we get back, but I think everything is okay. It's not showing me. You know what's going on. Something got to do with production anyway. There it is, it's gone. I don't know what that one is, to be honest.
Greetings.
I did put in, oh, do you know what I did? The blacksmiths I put in. Yeah, they would have thrown things off a bit. There's a certain amount of bars getting made and then they're making those iron shears. Yeah, okay. I'll see what the production is on that when I get
It
back.
was nice
That's
seeing
just annoying.
you. How are you? Let me show you.
Yeah, that's very annoying.
Farewell.
Extremely annoying.
Can I help?
Oh, hang on. Pretty good.
Good luck.
Right, one more and we're out of here. We are kind of stuck here for another 2 days. I better make the best of it, I suppose. What we might do is we might go hunting. Maybe look for a few bandit camps to kill the time. And I'll check and see if they've got enough tools and stuff. I usually keep about 2.5 dozen of each. But usually the pickaxes will be used the most.
See you soon.
Right, that's one more that we don't have to deal with.
How can I help you?
Now, 4 NPCs here. Let's see if we can get the first 2 at the house. No, they're all in place. Oh, we did mess about. All right. Yeah, usually if you do this,
Can
you'll,
I help you with anything?
if you get an early start on this, you'll get them coming right out of the house.
I've got everything you need.
Usually.
It was nice seeing you.
Can I help? I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, I didn't make any firewood. I'll probably just take keys.
Ah, best prices in the
Why not?
area.
Hmm.
It was nice.
No. Oh, right.
How have you been?
Yeah, the quests are not worth doing. They're just the same quests over and over every season. I only do the ones, let's say, you know, from my family that can be interesting, definitely different. A chance of getting unique stuff or maybe even some new recruits, you know, into your settlement. Not that recruits are hard, but it's nice to get the quest ones in. They usually have names that, you know, the other guys don't have. Not that that makes much of a difference.
Show you my wares.
Right, 2 of those, and I just give them. Oh, that's it. Right. Now, we only have 2 more left to do. So if the special NPC is not in those 2, it must be. Oh, hang on. Yeah. It's starting to forget again. Yeah, oh guys.
I'm fed up.
Weird.
People always complain.
The same with the birds at the village. Mostly guys.
Hello there.
Ah, at least we got one. Yeah, it drives my teeth mad. Yeah. It makes my teeth ache when I hear sounds like that. Yeah, a special NPC is here. Okay. We have got... No. No. I suppose if I was really stuck, but we're in no great rush. If I find someone the ideal age, yeah, doesn't matter if we have to wait a few seasons.
How are you? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
I'll just start getting rid of some of this junk shortly, won't I?
You have a good
There.
day.
Right. We'll just get the majestic seed from this guy. Unless he's doing any kind of quote cover thingies. They're not too bad for decoration, and they haven't been spawning in a lot in this game. Yeah, once I get the time, I'll kind of decorate inside as well. All the houses, and it takes a bit of time. But that's the only one I want. I might go with the hedge seeding. I don't know how much more of that I'll be using. There. Now. What is 1 point? Where's a 1 for 8? That's weird. Here, have an egg. Now, let's start to get rid of some of this junk. Now we'll start to trim down on this stuff. Obviously I can't sell all of this, but we need some. Yeah, we definitely need some. What's that? 7 something. Right. There we go. That will do. Oh, okay, why not?
Goodbye, dear.
Right. One more left, guys. Then we'll have to find something to do till we can wait it out from this season. Oh, hi, Zeke. And how have you been? Grass that has only just been cut. Yeah, I like the smell of fresh grass. No, it's kind of a nostalgic thing, really. Brings back memories. Pretty much. So, what have you been up to, Zeke?
How are you?
Hornica. Yep, that's the one. 5 or 6 vendors here, and then we're good. Oh, that's good there. Yeah, I'm running a bit of a migraine. I think I might have a nerve problem. Where I had an extraction about it. Oh, it was about a year ago, guys. But yeah, as I was saying, to be honest, I think I had a nerve problem there anyway. But every so often it gives me a horrible migraine. Imagine having a toothache and there's no tooth there. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like a kind of phantom pain.
Travelers of this realm are drawn to the bonfires like moths.
Yeah,
Myself
well.
included.
What is it with these NPCs? Ah, okay. Well, at least we got one. It's not too bad.
Hello there.
Ah, it's not too bad, but it's very annoying, to be honest. You know? Yeah, very annoying. A toothache with no tooth. Talk about a phantom pain.
Best goods in the van.
Well, it's not massively bad, but it's making my eyes quite sore. I can feel it in my temples, you know, that horrible kind of ache. But not the worst by far, but still.
Have a nice day.
Okay, let's work on this.
I had a dream in which we all...
I usually within about an hour, worst of it will pass over.
How are you? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Once you get to a certain age, it's always something anyway. If it wasn't that, it would be something else.
Goodbye.
Why is bread so expensive?
It's not too bad. Just a minor headache. It should be okay.
Hey! Greetings.
Wow.
Let me show you my work.
Okay, there's still a few more of these left, so we can start getting rid of some of this. Have some cabbage, dude.
Take care.
Yeah, it's best we sell it all off. We'd just be left with a ton of rot. Okay.
Bye, dear.
Now, I better heap all of it off to the last guy so we can get rid of it. That's it, that's the end of our shopping spree.
How do you do? Best goods in the valley.
Now, this guy's getting a ton of eggs. Oh, hang on. I can do his quest pretty easily. It's always the same one. He wants some more. I'm carrying a ton of it, so why not?
How can I help you? Hello there. Have a good day. Hello there.
Hang on.
Good luck.
Oh, I've gotten rid of the ore. I can't believe that. I had thousands. Yeah, I must have used it up. Okay, what does he need?
How can I help you?
Or what do I need, I should say. It's anywhere from 3 to 5. It's 4
day.
this time. Come here, you. Come here.
How is life? Whatever you need, I've got.
Ironically, he's looking for some ore and he has some in his inventory. Okay. There. Now, let's get rid of this junk. Cabbage, carrot, eggs. There, that's not too bad. Yeah, still a lot. You can go in there. Let's see what we've got. 28. I want to keep that food, I'd say. What have we got in here? Sure we have something. There. That's that.
Have a nice day.
Right, we're done. Oh, he gave me an iron hammer as well. Right, let's get back. We'll get back straight away. We'll dump off this junk. I don't have much. We'll see what these guys are like for tools. We'll restock on that. Then we might do a little bit of hunting or something. Moose. The only thing I'll hunt is moose and bison. Because I kind of use the skulls. Not much. Yeah, pretty much the same with me. The kind of usual thing then, Zach. Yeah. I'm in the same boat, really. Yeah, it depends if you have the time in that or even be in the mood. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. It's like you're not always in the mood, let's say, maybe to watch a TV show or a movie, and it can be the same with Twitch. And sometimes we just like our own little kind of quiet time. Yeah. I do that myself sometimes on platforms. I might not watch a movie for weeks or even a month, and then just, kind of splurge a little bit and maybe watch 2 or 3 in the same day. Depends on the mood you're in, obviously.
Until we're on the road. How can I help you?
What are we doing? Go back and take a look at the settlers as well. No, there's not much we can do with the snow, but let's dump off some of this junk. can't even really do much decorating. We might have to, you know, literally finish in one section. I suppose we can do that as well. But we definitely need spring. Yeah, I can do anything with this. Or else we'll have all the decorating at once, and that's mega tedious. Oh, sugar. We've got too much weight. Ah, you're kidding me. I'm gonna have to do something with this. Yeah, we have way too much weight. That's a ridiculous amount of weight. Okay. Oh, look at this. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is getting carried away a little bit, isn't it? I suppose the logs as well. I'll get 1,000 of those. I need somewhere to chuck these for a while. That's what I'm saying. I've just got everything at 100% because I was doing so much building. Didn't have the time to fine-tune it. I'm just gonna throw these somewhere. Is there anything else we've... Oh, manure is... That's really... Yeah. Once I get rid of this, I'll tune down the manure a bit, maybe. Yeah, that's a ridiculous amount of manure. Right. Let me do something with this. It was okay in the beginning. I didn't have many guys in, but now it's becoming a problem. Yeah, I don't mind the food so much. We can sell that off. Here it is. I'm gonna cut this down to 10%. Yeah. And that will give them a chance to work on the backlog. Ah, come on now. Yeah, we cut it down to 10%. 1/10 of what they've been producing. It's a ridiculous amount. There. Okay. Well, the rest is just food. I'm not too good and bad with that stuff. Yeah. Okay. What are we like now? Right. I'm gonna start selling that, you know that? Yeah. But it's the mines I really need to tune down a bit. I suppose, you know, we could always use it for something. I was binging on shows on Netflix. Nice. Yeah, it's nice to get a good box set. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to vary it up, you know, Netflix, movies, for Twitch, a combination of both. I'm going to try and get some rest. No problem, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, Netflix lately, the program's too long and I don't know, they're very, very mid, I found. You know, when they had a chance to do something decent on The Witcher, and they kind of messed that one up. That was disappointing. And they had a perfect guy as well to play the role. Although I must admit I was skeptical in the beginning. But, yeah, he proved me wrong. Right. Well, I don't want to drop that anywhere really. I'll keep it in my menu. So not much more we can do. We get something to drink, something to eat. I'll have a quick look at these settlers. Oh, the only two I'm watching now is the two new ones. There was a lady I got in from a quest for my kid, and then that one we just picked up. So they're both blacksmiths. I think that's what was happening while we were getting the signal from production. There was nowhere to put that junk. NPCs will usually start putting it then here in their houses everywhere. Let's have a look. Let's see. Yeah, it's gone now. We're overproducing. I still have a bit of work to do here. Let's have a look. This should be full as well, I'd say. Yeah, pretty much.
This whole adulting isn't as exciting as I hoped it would be.
This is probably full. It is, yeah, it's absolutely full. Yeah, that's what the problem was. You can't have enough storage, especially when you do something mad like turn something up to 100%. Yeah. And not too bad. We'll start selling it off anyway. We've got way too much of it. Okay, what are we gonna do? Get some food. There we go. Now let's save this here. And let's see, I think, what, this is the second day, isn't it? We need to sleep tonight and then tomorrow evening we can get out of here. So we need something to do in the meantime. I'd say we do a bit of hunting. I could always use a few more trophy skulls. You know, stuff like that. Moose especially. I know I'll probably need about 10 more of those medium-sized houses. Maybe 12 tops before we end, so I use them as decoration inside. Yeah, tomorrow evening. Okay. Let's track down some moose. Winter is always boring. With spring we could do something. I'll tot up how many settlers eventually, let's say the houses will hold, but I intend to fill the mines as well, all 5 of them. But it depends on the settlement really, we'll see. Even if we're short when I build over here, there's still plenty of room. I definitely need something here. I've got 2 lumber sheds to put in, so maybe here. And then I've got, well, I always need 2 to keep up with the demand. However, it's different for, let's say, the sewing hut and the herbalist. We only need 1 of each, so we put those 2 there. So I might have to go with a kind of roadway kind of thing like that and see if we can squeeze them in some way, just so we can give the settlement some kind of border. Yeah. Might have to do something similar here. So once I get a houses, and I don't know, I might need a flax field. I'll stop the double crop thing on this because it's only on the 2 of 4, and it's only really meant to be a vegetable thing. And probably a row going like that, and then we'll blend back in here. That should do it. We'll see. But we'll yeah. Oh, sorry. We'll need a road. You see where that's coming in? Right out to here. And we'll need a fishing hut right here. So, fishing hut. 2 wood sheds. Herbalist. And, what's the other one? Herbalist and the sewing hut. And then whatever houses. And maybe 1 field here. That's it. Oh yeah, and this is the windmill. But I haven't kind of finished it off because I haven't done the fencing. Because I don't know where I'm going to be putting an entrance, you know, on this, to be honest. So, we'll see. So that's basically what we need to do. Once that's in, get the trees, come back around with that, do the layout, and then it's just a matter of decorating this stuff and trying to improve on it. Right, hunting we should go. So I said moose and bison. Moose, 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 moose. Closest moose. Oh, there's some bison over there. There. We hit that moose and then we'll go for the bison. We'll probably run into some wolf. We will. So that's our target there. I'll keep the axe. It's better for the wolves. I think I've killed 2 already, haven't I? Now I've got some trees growing here as well that I'll move later. Yeah, what's that? Ah, that was kind of weird. It's a big eagle. Yeah, we're not too bad. Now, Mr. Moose. It looks like a... That's a deer. They're all theirs. Oh, there. Oh, this migraine. Okay. Where are these guys? Oh, what's this? Uh-oh. Okay. God, that snow. Yeah, good neck shot is good enough. As long as you get it close to the head. Now, where are the bison? There's usually just 2 here, but... Oh no, there's 3. I hear another guy. There he is, there he is, there he is. Or is that a deer? Nah, oh it is a moose. Okay, there was 3. That's definitely the end of that. I wondered if we pick up, I wasn't paying attention, did we pick up a skull? Oh, let's see. Oh, we did. Not too bad. Now, they're around here somewhere. I think they're straight ahead. Around here somewhere, those big guys. Not them there? It's them. Now we get a headshot. We should do it in 1. Yeah. Okay. Okay, he hasn't got a friend close by. Let's see. Sometimes it takes a while for these guys to spawn in. Okay, where's your buddies? Oh yeah, it's kind of weird. I'll probably turn around, they'll be behind me in a moment. Okay. Maybe he's straight off the beaten path a bit. Yeah, but basically they should be here. That's not the most accurate thing, is it? Ah, there he is. Hello. There we go, nice headshot. Well, it's usually 2, but there's 3 as well sometimes. Well, we know if it's grayed out if we got them all. Let's see. Yeah, we got them all. Well, we still have a bit of time. There's not much left here to hunt on this side. There's no need for bears. It's far from everything. It's pretty wasn't a unique skin. There'll be some reason then to do it. I think there's a moose over here somewhere. Let me see. Where did I see that guy? Okay. There he is. God, he's a good bit away, isn't he? Okay, we'll use our horsey. We're not gonna huff it that far. And this is just me killing time until we fast forward in this season. The skulls will come in handy anyway. I'm sure I'll find a use for them. I'll probably eventually wind up going hunting for those anyway. Oh. Okay. That's weird.
Let's go.
I took a wrong turn, did I? Yeah, apparently this way.
Let's go.
Okay.
Move on.
Now I might run into a bandit or two. What's this? What have we got here? What I needed with this was unique stuff that you couldn't craft or buy. It would have made this, you know, checking these a lot more interesting. Yeah, a ton more interesting. This is just some junk.
Via.
Absolute junk. Let me see. I think there should be an option after one day in game here to get to another season. But 3, yeah. That's the minimum. Ah, what's this? This kind of stuff is okay at the beginning when you don't have much. Oh, hang on. Done this already. Oh, we're probably close to the settlement. Right. Let's hunt these guys.
Onward. Giddy up.
Oh, badgers. Oh, sugar. Stupid boar. Oh no, he's gone. Right. I wouldn't be able to do much damage anyway. Not through this armor. But we're not a hunting boar. Oh, where's these guys? Oh, there is. There's one there. It's just a deer. Ah! Come on, stick your head out again. Ah, that's it. Right. There's obviously more than one. There's another guy I see there. Yeah, looks to be. Something anyway. It looks like it there. No, it's a mouse. Oh, I see we got some bison here as well. They seem to be always hanging out together, these moose and bison here on this map. I'm gonna have to shoot this guy in the backside. We might have to do it twice. Yeah, twice. Tough bugger that is. I've maxed out the skills, and these iron crossbows are the bee's knees. Definitely the bee's knees. Nice to find one of these when you start this game off in the beginning. Find an abandoned camper and some discarded trash. But once you get the blacksmiths up, or even buy one, you know, once you get the money, it's not too bad. Okay, let's make our way home. I suppose no point in staying here. So, once we sleep, then we've got about 15 minutes, I think, before we can get through. It's just winter is so boring. Here, well, there's no point in walking back. I have a full set of elite armor on this horse in case I run into those really nasty bandits. But it's really not worth the hassle, to be honest. You do just as well with this armor. A couple of potions, you're good. That's what I was hoping with the DLC, maybe to have armor racks and stuff that we could use for display. But we can't build it inside the houses. Best we can do is just drop stuff from our inventory. Oh, I'm waiting till the kid gets to 18. I can switch over to that. Then I can use the emblem. I'll show you the one I want to do, and that's all I've got to do. Yeah. I still have a lot of fencing to do here. Well, obviously, you know, you put the stairboard beside your house, make it a little bit easier. Now let's sleep till morning. There we go. I suppose I might as well cook up that stuff. 554, I suppose. Probably getting the stuff from there as well. I obviously have unlimited weight. I did in the beginning on the other one, but yeah, we'll be here forever. We'll be here till next Christmas. Moving stuff around.
I'm starting to feel guilty that I didn't do anything.
Just save yourself a little bit of time on that. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we're pretty good, I think. There. So, I think we need to do, what was it, 12 hours to sleep? Yeah, well, let's say 11 hours. 61, 22 minutes. About 22 minutes. In real time.
Old enough to become an apprentice.
It doesn't count down a second to a minute, it's more like 2. What can we do for that length of time? Oh yeah, I wanted to check, how the tools are going. We can restock on those up to about 2,500. Make sure we don't run out. We'll do the errands now while we have the time. I can't even chance putting the other road and I can't see it properly around the trees. Not with this snow. I'll be putting another hedge here. I'll go with my entrance here. What I want to do with that hedge is stop it here. We'll come back at an angle, roughly to here. I'm probably going straight down here. And then lining up, well, here, and then lining up with this guy. Then what I was thinking of doing is, close to the hedge, maybe run one of these fences right from there. And it doesn't have to be a straight line, but I'm guessing to there. I don't want to put it in yet, so I don't know how far I'm going with the hedge. I'll put down the measurements in a moment, but can't do it in the snow. It's ridiculous trying to do it in the snow. So what I say I was doing, yeah, checking on tools. We'll finish this section once and for all. Once we get there, and we'll just stay a long time in that next season. And we'll start to do the little things that we've been avoiding. Now, okay, I've got some junk here anyway. Where is that? Iron hammer. Yeah, okay. That's about the only thing. Now, let's see. Well, we've got enough hammers. We need 7 hoes. 79. Oh, pickaxe. Okay, 12. 12 and 29. We'll use up some of our junk as well. 12 and 29. Yeah, they're just here anyway. So, 12 of these. I'm going to tune down those guys now in the mines. They're overdoing it. 29. I'll cut them down to at least 50%. Obviously still need stuff to sell. Now let's see. Okay. We need 9 axes and we need 7. 9, 7, 17. 9, 7, 17. Okay. I'll probably have to make some iron. Shoo. Ridiculous, isn't it? Was it 9 axes that it was? It doesn't really matter. Yeah, we started 9, 7, 17. Right. And 17 knives. There. But that's not out of the way. We need to check the bags. I've been using the small bags I've been going heavy into flax. But I've got way too much leather, so I've been using the small bags. Same thing, really. We'll see what we're like for those. I think we should be good for those ones. Well, that's it with that, anyway. There's a small bag. And we've got tons. Yeah, okay. We're good on that one. Now, I don't know. Could I do the line up here now in the snow? Well, it's worth a shot. It's definitely worth a shot. Let's see. Yeah, it's not too bad here. We'll just do the lining up of it. We'll have a look at it then in spring. So, I've already got that measured out there. So how far are we back? I think we're back about 2 squares. Yeah, okay, roughly. I don't know, do I want to go 2 on this? Yeah, we'll get it pretty close there. Let me see. Yeah, maybe I do, actually. I want to be going somewhere around here. So yeah, I think we could do 2. So what have we got here? Okay. There, that's our 2 squares. That's a lot of space, isn't it, for... Let me see. Yeah, I think we might be better off, guys. See, the problem with that is we'll be going at a kind of angle. Not the angle I really want. I would want to be a reasonable amount of space. Maybe not a great idea. I definitely want to go from there to there, but the angle is a bit iffy. Okay, let's see. Let's sort this out anyway. Yeah, see, that's the problem with this. I can't see the road. It depends on which direction. It's a weird thing. It depends on which direction I lay the road down. There's a kind of lighter area where you can push it on one side. I suppose you could guess it, but I prefer to do this than to do. So I think it's around there we should put the line, but I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll have to skip it till we get to spring. I don't want to close this in too much. No, we should work it out from here. Okay, we'll see. Come on, you silly thing. Yeah, apparently it is there. On that one. Well, let's see. Okay.
Teenager is the worst. What are you rebelling against?
Yeah, that seems a bit of one. I don't know. It looks a bit wide. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, it's there. It's actually there. I knew it looked a bit wide. Okay, wrong one. I think it's there. Let's give this one a shot. I'd much rather be doing this in spring. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Let's see if this guy is lined up. I have a shot at this one. Yeah, that's pretty much okay. Roughly. Okay. Right. Let's see how far we want to go out on this guy. Ah, you see, that's my little problem there. So, I'd want to turn probably from around here. And then we figure out how far we want to go on this, and that's where we'll put our marker down. And we'll probably come from this and wind up around here. And then kind of cut back. We could still kind of probably go from here. Let me see. Go from there to there. Would probably do. You know, I'm of a mind to do it now, but we'll still create a space I don't really want. You could go right down by the side of the hedge. It depends. We'll see. We'll get the hedge in and we'll see how it goes. It'll take ages to figure out the entrance as well. So here we've got roughly about 2 squares. Wow, it's 2.1. Okay, let's go the exact same size. So we'd count out about 5, isn't it? Where do I want to be with this? So apparently this is where we need to be. Let's have a look. Yeah, that would be kind of okay to run with that. It's about right there, actually. So, let me just get this for a moment. See if we can get another piece in here for a second. It's not gonna happen. Here. This is the best way to do this, really. We'll start putting down our markers now. No stones. Right. We need to get this hedge in pretty neat. Oh well, we'll waste up some of the time anyway. Let's give us some other time in the season if we get this marked out, but we won't put it in until we get to spring. Here. Oh, I had stone. That's silly me. Here, just grab that about. Tiny fraction. Roughly on that. We need another one here, of course. Always give us our line. Good enough. We need another one here. I'll sort out the ones for the entrance in a moment. Those ones will be a little bit more difficult. Especially lining up the arch. It's a pain in the backside. Where did I say I wanted to go from? Yeah, probably here. Is this on line with that one? Ah, okay. Right. Let's find a crack line for this guy. It's apparently there. So about there.
And remember, don't eat the yellow snow.
Yeah, it's kind of okay. I'll just push you down a bit. straying out a tad. Yeah, it's kind of okay. Maybe a bit much. Let me see.
Sometimes you just blink and
No, that would do. Okay. Let's see. Well, it looks pretty straight. I think we'll get away with something on that. Now, this one here. I can have a look at the fence. Now, should we push it on to it or keep that little space? Probably. Yeah, I'm working from there to there. What kind of, yeah, it's about 2 from the fence. We're going to the back end of this, obviously, so... roughly around there. I wouldn't mind coming out a little bit more, but let's say... about there. Maybe there for safety, about 2 back. Doesn't have to be spot perfect, you know, just enough room so it's not clogging up the fence. I don't even mind if I can't get in there. Okay, I'm guessing around here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but close enough. So about there. I want to keep this line pretty straight. Yeah, that would do. Okay. Excuse me. Right, that's that one sorted. So we'll be definitely going to that. No way we'll hit that post. Yeah, that one and that one. Yeah, there'll be a space. That will be good enough. We can live with that. Now, this is the tedious part here. Everything else is in. Yeah. Now, let's see what center on this. Well, that's pretty even there. That one. That would do for one. And this one is about halfway on that. Again, doesn't have to be perfect, but... so it's about 0.6, I'd say, roughly. There. Yeah. Now, these are the ones we'd really want to mark here. I don't know, we might be able to get the hedge in as well. Snow shouldn't really make much of a difference, you know, that we've settled on where the end of the road is. There. That one, and then that needs probably get you back on that. Oh, this doesn't have to be perfect. I'll just drop it here. Hello, doggo. Yeah, my doggo is awake. Okay, so that's all the measurement we might require. Now, lining up these guys is going to be a thing. Let's save this game. It's about right. So, let's see. I need to take this out. so I can see it a little bit better. Hello, Rex. Hello, Rex. No, come on. You know I'm streaming. I'll play with you later. You should go back to sleep. You didn't have much sleep today. There. Now. We need to go here, 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 and we need one of these. Now. Oh, wrong one. Ah, this is the part that really ticks me off here. I'm trying to line this guy up. About center ways on this. We're talking roughly about... probably there. See what I mean? We could find a way of keeping this... Oh, hang on. I have a way of keeping it straight. That's stupid of me. Okay, about 2 back. We'll try about 2 back. I think I have a plan. Yeah, it's different here. I can... Okay, let's try this. Let's see if this will help us. Yeah, that might actually help. We can kind of push it on that. Yeah, this is not bad. Ah, it's going back too far. Okay, maybe a little closer. Right, let's see if that's any better. I don't know, that should do it. Yeah, I think we'd have a better chance of getting it level that way. It's actually not bad. It needs a little bit of a twist, but actually not the worst. Pretty centered there, but it seems to be sliding back in a tad on this. Okay. We have a rough idea then. Make it a little easier. Unbelievable, isn't it? For some reason you can't seem to line up the 2 edges. And that looks okay. I'm being a little bit picky, to be honest. Just a tad picky, maybe. That you could probably go with. Yeah, seems to be impossible to get 2 of them in. And there's no half measures on this, so... yeah, we'll get lucky eventually. Stupid. Okay, I think I'll chance it from here. See if we can do it this way. Okay. Even a brace at the back and we can't find a proper... you know, the perfect angle for this. Okay, I'll have to settle for good enough, I'm afraid. Oh, that's okay. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's it. We got it, eventually. I knew we'd have to fluke it sometime. So, right. Now, let's see if we can get this done. Once I've got the markers in place, it doesn't really matter about the snow. Now, let's see This is the fun part. Now we gotta be mega careful with this one. This can be a bit of a pain. Yeah, that's good enough. As long as I get it reasonably on the stone. Yeah, it's not too bad. But impossible to do without marking it out like this. There's always one, isn't there? Now we gotta be very careful with this guy. Yeah, that's not too bad. I was lucky. Now, yeah, total guess that one. We'll see once this piece goes in. Let's have a look at that guy now. Reasonably decent. Okay, let's get some sleep. We'll do this in the morning. And I think actually, hang on, we can fast forward now, can't we? To another season. Oh, cool. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that down. Well, we'll wind up in our original house anyway. We might as well go down there, get some food and water. But yeah, we have it all lined up. We should be able to do that at the start of the season. That will only take seconds. Then we'll see about the fence and the other stuff. And then we'll try some of that bric-a-brac, carts and haystacks and all that kind of rubbish. We'll find something we'll put in here. Now, spring is pretty busy. We'll have to have a ton of farmers and stuff in, so I'll get them ready from here. And we've got to do something, I said, on the mines as well. I think we'll tune it down to about at least 50%. We're making a ridiculous amount of ore. I don't know, maybe even 25% maybe. Yeah, we'll do it at maybe 25%. We can up it again if we run low. Not like we need the cash. Hang on, how do we do this again? It's been that long ago since I did this stupid thing. Oh, here it is. Right, what did I say? 25%? Let me just make sure we set them at 25. Oh, my grain is not getting much better. There. One more. And then we'll move some of the miners back to the farm sheds. There's a lot of crops coming in. Well, spring and autumn will be the busiest. Now, oh, do you know what I do need as well? the two guys back from the production crew. Farming is, you know, probably one of the ones that don't really get, you don't really get enough time to. So we get those guys, two guys from production. Where are they? Blacksmith. There she is, Astrid. And the other one is another blacksmith. Yeah, there she is there. That's it. Perfect. Now. I don't know, have we got any, No, not really. We might even get a few new workers in the next season. There's a couple of 17-year-olds once they turn 18. Not sure what season they will turn. We need at least 2 of these. I'll check the miners in a moment. Right, let's check the mines. It's not too bad. We could get in 1, 2, 3 more, I suppose. Yeah, okay. So we need Norman. No, okay. We'll get it done. We'll get it over with. This Alden guy or whatever his name is. There he is. Right, that should do. I think we're kind of prepared now. As prepared as we'll ever be. Yeah, there's a ton of logs coming in. I don't mind them stockpiling to a certain degree because it's going to take a good couple of thousand to do the fencing, as I say, in the end. And then we can sell them off pretty easy, so it's not a biggie.
The right man.
There's onions too, I forgot to get rid of. Okay, we'll get them if we go into another season. That's it. Here. In case I accidentally delete, we'll get that one as well. There.
All the difference in the world.
Okay. Let's see what...
It's you again.
87. Okay, she needs a gift, unfortunately.
Goodbye.
Let's get her a rough gift before we get into another season. I've got a ton of it in storage here. Yes, apparently I need a bat. No, I've got tons of rubbish and... Oh, hang on. Well, we needed a bat anyway. I think I'm holding the rubbish back at my house. Well, most of it anyway. Yeah, I think I'm holding it back there. Yeah, here we go. How about an amber necklace? How do you feel about an amber necklace? Where are you? Where you gone? Oh, there she is.
Hello, husband.
There. Only 7 affection. Oh, hi, Cat. And how have you been? Oh, 94. Okay, we'll get her another one next season. Yeah, 7. Wait till she drops to 93. Will be good. Right, let's do this, guys. We'll get into this new season, see if any of the other guys are growing up. Been good. Ah, that's good to hear. No, just a bit of a migraine. Yeah, I had it since I started my stream. I think I've got a nerve problem in my gum. Feels like I've got a toothache even though there's no tooth there. But it usually just lasts a few hours and then goes away. But it's annoying, you know? And the problem is going to a dentist with that, they'll really farm you, you know? Pushing you from pillar to post. Nah, I think I can deal with it. It's not too bad. I've seen worse. Yeah, just a bit of a migraine. Nothing much. I wouldn't really read too much into that, Cat, to be honest. Now, sometimes, and it's happened to me too, people that would call around for a long time. But, you know, some people just move on. But what can happen too is Twitch is pretty funny. In the sense that, you know, lots of people came on and said, "Oh, hang on, I thought I was already following you. For some reason I wasn't followed." There's been a lot of unfollows on YouTube and Twitch due to whatever they're doing on the platforms. It used to be a major problem on Twitch. When I started the channel off a long time ago on Twitch, everyone that would unfollow or would follow within 2 days would be automatically unfollowed. I tried several accounts and it wasn't fixed, so then I moved to Mixer. I was there about a year, then that shut down, came back to Twitch, and I had the problem fixed by then. So it might be something like that, but even if they unfollowed, you know, just some people just move on sometimes. I know it's different for you because, you know, when you're streaming, you know, people come in, you're chatting with them, you kind of get used to chatting with them, you know, so you kind of form a kind of attachment, I suppose, a kind of friendship. But like some viewers, let's say, they'll be viewing your channel and other channels as well, so yeah, like in a relationship where you're seeing other people. Yeah. For 2 years. Oh, I've had people unfollow after 4 years. You know, something like 1,200 days, that kind of stuff. Yeah. No, it just happens sometimes. You know, and I don't think it's anything personal. Probably they were just clearing their whole account or whatever the case may be. But that's the nature of Twitch. You know what I mean? Like, even some of the founding viewers on my channel, which would have been the first 50, I think there's only about 15 left, you know. I up to about 6 months ago, there was like 20 left, you know. But usually when they don't call around anymore, they'll eventually unfollow. But that's a kind of normal thing, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know, maybe they were just making some space or whatever. But that's the nature of social media. You know, some friends you can make for life, and, you know, just some, it's pretty much like real life, you know. And just kind of move on. But yeah, it can be a kind of surprise. And how do you know this person unfollowed? Have you got a tracking app? No, it's not even that. It's like friends getting out of touch, Kat. You know, where they kind of get busy for a while and then, you know, kind of move on. It's a natural thing, you know. By me, improving. Well, yeah, I suppose they could unfollow for petty reasons. Yeah. He didn't react like, yeah. You looked at your account, so... Yeah. Yeah, usually, let's say, to track unfollowers, it's impossible. Unless, yeah, there's no way of telling. I think Wisebot has a system where you can do that. Yeah. then he just stops. I don't know. Like, I had a viewer on here for a long time. Really nice guy. You know, he was a war veteran, so he was probably dealing with some issues, the poor guy. But I was talking to someone, and he was saying that a relative of his, you know, they were joined up in the military in the US, and he was taking advantage of a system they have here where you get free college, let's say, when you join up, which I think is okay. You know what I mean? So we're kind of discussing that, you know. I think, you know, well, we have free college here anyway, but, you know, if you're, you know, protecting your country and that, you know, the least you could do is, you know, supply free college. And that was our kind of discussion. But, you know, as I said, very nice guy, but, you know, probably dealing with some stuff. Can't blame him, really, you know. But he was saying that, well, you know, anyone that would join the military because of, you know, free education, which I don't think anyone would. I think he might have been oversimplifying it. It's just that they're joining up anyway, and this is a good chance to get it done, especially when it's so expensive. He said, well, basically, and I'm paraphrasing this, you know, they're not real soldiers, you know. And the other guy, even though he was new, and, you know, this other guy was, you know, on my channel a long time, said, well, that's not fair to say, which I agreed with, you know, even though the guy that said the other thing, like, you know, the truth is the best, you know. I think that, you know, if you take, you know, the education system as well, I think probably, yeah. And he was very annoyed because I wouldn't say that anyone that would join the military and, you know, take advantage of the free education system. Well, I tried not to take sides, you know, but, you know, if you're saying something off, you're saying something off. You should never take sides just because you're more friendly with someone else. And anyway, it was a conversation that we two were having, but he decided to chime in. But right after that, he unfollowed me from Discord, he unfollowed me from YouTube, and unfollowed me from Twitch. But nice guy, but, you know, pretty strange. Yes, he was going through some stuff, you know. I don't want to, like, he told us a lot on the stream here, and it feels wrong to repeat the stuff he said. But basically, you know, he was going through a lot, you know. And, you know, I wish him luck. But very, very easy to anger, you know, very kind of paranoid. All the things that come with that, you know. But the only guy I've seen, let's say, that, well, you know, could change so quickly, you know. But, you know, I didn't say anything out of the way. I just said, well, personally, I think that, you know, a person, even if he does sign up for the education system, he's risking his life for his country. He's taking the same risks as somebody that would join up, you know. There's a few reasons you would join up, obviously. Most would be, you know, let's say, you know, to defend and protect your country like a patriot. I suppose the education thing would be a kind of bonus, or, you know, it might even push more people to maybe signing up. And then I suppose you'll even get people that would sign up in any war, in any country, that just like that kind of stuff, you know. But, you know, but anyway, coming up to that, he was, you know, he was saying some things that were kind of disturbing and a bit off, you know. Like, I have relatives that fought in wars, in the Second World War, and I'm old enough even to remember some of my relatives that fought in the Great War. And, you know, if you ask them questions about that, they were very silent about it. You know, it was a kind of private pain. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't think it was anything, Kev, to take personal. But he was saying that, you know, they credited him with a couple of dozen kills. And he was pretty annoyed because, you know, he said it was more like 100. That's something that's not normal, you know. any war veteran that I talk to, let's say from the First World War and the Second World War, if you ask them a question like that, they'd say, they'd probably say, how many kills did you have? And they'd say, too many, They'd never like to talk about that. So that's obviously an issue he was going through as well, But, it's just the way it is. I hope he finds the peace, and I hope he needs. Even turned red, yeah. Yeah. Some people can be, get a little unhinged sometimes, But I wouldn't take it personal, Maybe he's suffering from some issues. But, some people are just like that. But the same guy I'm talking about, nice guy, is just for some reason that not agreeing with him 100% on something, I thought that was pretty much an open and shut case. That, the guys, even if you did sign up for an education program, you're still taking the same risks, and, you should get the same respect, I suppose. But that didn't go down well. We're taking you, yeah? Oh, no, you don't, yeah? But don't worry about it, Kat. Some people go through bad patches in life and tend to lash out. And sometimes, it's people like you and me that they lash out on. It's all part of the big picture, and it's all part of life. You can have friends in real life too, let's say, that could be going through a bad patch and, just pick you up on something you didn't mean, or whatever the case may be, and make a big thing out of it. And, before you know it, you're not friends anymore. No, people move on. It's just the way it is. I wouldn't take it personal. I wouldn't know about that. Like, you get from time to time, if you're a streamer, and you're a streamer as well, you get other streamers that would follow. And what they would do is, they would usually follow about maybe 100 streamers a month. And then every month they would unfollow them and follow 100 more to kind of boost their numbers. You get that a lot, on Twitch. Like you used to even get it on Xbox, and especially YouTube. YouTube is the worst for that, So you get that kind of thing where people are just, trying to get more numbers on their channel. For them it seems to be about numbers, which it really isn't. It doesn't matter if you've got 2 million people following your channel. It doesn't make a difference. No, it's always been there. YouTube is the worst for it, absolutely. Yeah, but it's always been around. I remember on Xbox, you get strangers friending you, and then you'd friend them back. These people will probably friend maybe 1,000 people, or when it was back when it was 500. And then after about a month, they'd unfriend everyone, and then like to see their profile, like, following 5,000 following, friends 0. Like, I'm so cool, I don't have to follow anyone back, kind of thing. It's pretty petty, and it's kind of childish, this obsession with numbers and stuff. You'll see it on some high-profile social media. Well, not many, to be honest, but you'll see it from time to time. It displays a kind of an ego problem, I suppose. So there's that aspect as well. But more than likely your friend was having a bad day and, probably didn't like you deep down for some reason, and just decided to, finish it off. Yeah, kids these days. It's always been like that, even back in my time, when we were kids on Xbox. You get that guy playing GTA, following everyone, and then, unfollowing them, and then bragging about how many people he had following him, and he didn't follow anyone back. Yeah, that kind of childish thing. Yeah, harmless enough, Yeah, well, maybe you should see, you know, your GP, your doctor. Yeah, you know. Well, anything like that, obviously. I'll be getting that one checked out. Stress can be a thing as well, you know. Yeah, maybe just, you know, you can't handle any kind of stress on that day too well, I suppose. I can usually deal with stress, you know, reasonably enough, so, you know, the extreme ends of it, I wouldn't know much about. Right, let's go, guys. But, you know, if you're passing out or anything like that, Cat, or getting lightheaded, you know, it could be signs of, you know, blood pressure problems or heart problems and stuff like that. You know, maybe if it happened once in the blue moon, even at that, I'll be getting it checked out, to be honest. I would be demanding a full MRI scan. Probably blood pressure. Yeah, I have got pretty high blood pressure. But even though mine is pretty high, I've never passed out. I felt dizzy and lightheaded and all of that kind of stuff, but never... Passing out is a serious issue, you know. But if you literally lost consciousness, you should be really seeing a professional. You know, find out what the problem is. Yeah, mine is on the high side. But it's still, you know, pretty dangerous. Absolutely, yeah. Get it checked out. What's the harm in doing that, you know? But make sure you get it checked out properly. Get a full body MRI scan. They'll try and pawn you off with, oh, well, you know, your problem is in your chest. Well, just scan that. Come back in 2 weeks and we'll farm you again for another scan. No, demand a full body scan. And then, let's say if there's any issues there, or even some you didn't know about, will show up and, you know, you'll get a head start on that. Could be. Now, that's another factor as well. You know, the medication can do that. But if medication is making you pass out, they need to change it, Cat. It might be doing more harm than good. You know, if medication is making you, you know, even almost pass out, again, go back to your doctor, explain the case. Maybe he needs to adjust the dosage or change the brand, you know. But never let something like that lie for too long. Oh, hang on, that was the wrong one. We needed to go to... Yeah, always get it checked out. You know, the sooner you diagnose a problem, the easier it is to fix, you know.
If only I could make a bench myself, but it's just too hard. Furniture making is almost as impossible.
Yeah, resting is good as well. But strangely enough, you can oversleep, overrest. That can be as detrimental as anything. You know, once you're getting 8 hours, that's good. You know, unless you're really ill, you know, for a short period of time. After closing, it turns out that the birds took an interest in... Okay. Oh, God, no. Ask the villager to go back the bodies and bring you something valuable. Give them a decent burial. Blah, blah, blah. There it is. Yeah. That's the one we wanted.
The shared efficiency in this village starts to be a bit...
Now,
annoying.
we got to pay our taxes. Well, we're not too bad. There's no quests here. So, all we got to do is we'll get the builder into action and we can start to do some stuff. Bit foggy, but it should be okay tomorrow. Now, I've got the season length here set to maximum, so we can spend a ton of time on this season if we wish. And now we'll dedicate this season to starting to fix this place up a bit. But we still have to do our rounds, but after that, the season is ours. And we just got to make sure everything is prepared from here. This isn't automatic. You've got to go manually into it every time and do this for some reason. Everything else is pretty much There we go. Yeah, if you're not feeling up to a cat, you know, don't do it, obviously. Yeah, we'll just get that out of the way. Right, that's the building thing. Now let's see if anyone new has come in. Just take it easy. Watch a cam stream like this. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see, do we get anyone new? Oh, hang on, that's the wrong one. Yes, we have one new person. Let's see. Actually, we'll put him in the farm. We're doing a lot of work here. I'll put him in the farm for a while. Who's the new guy? This is where we'll start to need new houses now. Who's the new guy? It's one of the... Oh, it's Leonardo. Okay. There you go. There. Now, I don't have any house for him yet. To start off his little family. So that's where we're shortly going to have to go on a building spree as well. How many more, it's not too bad. There's 1, 2, 3. You see, they're all guys. Yeah, they're literally all guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. These guys need mates as well here, so let me see. Let's see if we can find them some. Usually I wanted to use everyone from the village, but for the past, well, back in the beginning, it was mostly males that was born. Where's the houses? I'll just check this out. Here, we need 2 more females. Around 18. About 18 to 19 would definitely work. And then we've got that other 18-year-old for a new house. But no rush with him for a moment anyway. Fable anniversary, because it's so clunky, the controls. It's going to be an interesting thing with Fable Cat. I've heard about possible release dates, and it seems to be a kind of no-win situation with Xbox. You know, they don't want to release too many in a short period of time, and then there's other big releases come out that might damage the sales. There is rumours that Fable will be held till, you know, maybe 2027 because of certain releases that Microsoft and other people want to do. But most likely it will probably be in, you know, probably spring of next year, probably. But it's been getting a lot of bad press. It's, you know, people don't like the graphics of it and that. But we'll see. They probably held it back because, you know, when they were making that, there was a certain kind of belief in the gaming industry that people wanted certain stuff, and there's been such a backlash against that now that, you know, games that weren't released, even the likes of GTA, you know, they've been cutting some stuff out and doing some stuff to, you know, because other companies got punished for, you know, let's say kind of creating games that nobody really wanted to play. So it's hard to know with Fable. I know Fable was one of the first that was in the firing line, you know. But we'll see. You got it on Steam. So it's coming out then. Yeah. Microsoft have a few coming out. But I still don't know what way it's going to go with their new so-called hybrid console. Seems like a good idea, but, you know, trying to get some of the customers from Steam, they're going to have their work cut out for them. You know, Steam is apparently a pretty decent price, you know, to their customers. Microsoft is not. But this might be another wild goose chase, another pipe dream from Microsoft. they had a pipe dream of running a platform on which they ran into the ground called Mixer. That pretty much messed up Game Pass, and now they're moving on to PC games, which they'll most likely mess up as well. The only thing is how long will it take them to do so. But they spend a lot of cash, didn't they? And then the crazy returns they want on games. They want all of the stuff on Game Pass to perform like Elden Ring. Best of luck on that one. I played all the old ones. I'll have a look at some of the gameplay from the new one. If it's not too cringe, I might eventually get it. But I think I'm done with getting pre-orders on games. You know, I don't think games are worth the money anymore, to be honest. And the story writing, and you know, they're lacking in a lot. I think you'll see a lot of people now waiting for sales and stuff, even if they are really interested in games. Even letting it go down to as little as half price, even if they have to wait a little longer. You know? But games can be, you know, pretty disappointing. I suppose it depends what you like, obviously. Not every game is for everyone. Okay, we gotta collect the junk. Let's see what we have. Oh, I suppose we could make a few more. While we're here. At 408. But Fable was pretty decent, but my favorite, I think, was Fable 3. Was it Fable 3 or 2? You know, the one with Stephen Fry had. He was the advisor. Yeah, he made that game for me. That was a British company, wasn't it? Oh yeah, did you hear the news about Rockstar 2K? They're British as well. I think 2.5, 3 dozen of them were joining a union or something there, and they all got dismissed from their job. The official statement from Rockstar is, and that was gross misconduct, that they were leaking information and that. But there's a big investigation going into it. And the union is pushing back hard. So this is going to be an interesting one. Especially, let's say, if, you know, they're thinking about bringing it out soon. You know, maybe 2, 3 dozen people might not seem a lot for a company as huge as that. But from what I know of the industry, let's say, you know, when they're this close to release, it's all hands on deck kind of thing. It might set them back a little bit. Especially if those guys were, you know, pretty experienced, you know. But they're not too happy about it. There's certain, like, even after withdrawing from the EU, there's still certain labour laws in the UK. And if they have no legitimate grounds, let's say, or proof that they were doing anything like, let's say, misconduct, they obviously let those guys go because of their involvement in a union. The kind of union busting thing. And that's... Ooh, that's going to be on... That's what? 2, 3 dozen unfair dismissal cases. Of course, the money would just be a drop in the ocean. But I suppose it would send a message. Well, that's going to be a monster release. Probably the biggest release ever. I kind of tuned out, let's say, when I went too much online. I used to play, well, the first one would have been Vice City and San Andreas, and the other one. And then they went big time into the online stuff, so I kind of tuned out. Not my thing. They did too, yeah. I think so as well. I think being able to patent everything in the game stifles any kind of creativity. Nintendo are, like most game companies, hypocrites. The same as Warner Brothers. For some reason, they got the patent their Nemesis system. But no, the Japanese judge wasn't taking any messing. They said it was too much like their stuff. And then the judge, I think, pointed out that, well, their stuff is very, very like stuff that came before. And those guys are not crying, you know? So, yeah. Even if they won that lawsuit, they would have lost a lot of money in legal fees. But I think for them it was about teaching people a lesson. They'll come after anyone hard if they think their copyright has been infringed. But take Warner Brothers, for instance. You know, when they patented certain things in a game. And, you know, ignore the fact that they literally copied a lot of other games themselves. Especially, I've heard, you know, certain sneak systems from Ubisoft and that. But, you know, that's the way gaming goes. If someone makes a game with a certain system, and then someone would improve on that, and you keep getting better games. But if you're making a game and say, oh, well, we can't do this because we'll get sued. You know, where's gaming going? You know? Yeah. Like, if that thing gets out of control, you know, let's say, you know, oh, well, I've got a copyright to have a gun in my game. You know, well, that's an extreme thing. But you see where it's going. All of the games, let's say, if you keep going back, right back to the beginning, someone would make a great game that have a nice little system. Someone would then come up with a better game with a similar system, improved. And it would keep improving on that and improving on that, and you keep getting better games. You know, ideas are not necessarily, you know, copyrighted. Yeah, you see where I'm going. Yeah. So, you know, all it is trying to create some kind of monopoly. I'm sure if someone thought they could get away with, you know, you can't use a gun in the game because I've got the copyright, you know. You can't use NPCs. I'm sure they would, you know, they would use it. You know, but it's just sheer stupidity and greed, you know. But as I said, you know, Nintendo themselves, you know, the kind of characters they have, they would have been out in probably an anime and, you know, even other stuff long before, and they've made small adjustments, and, you know, all corporations are, yeah. But Nintendo art is pretty greedy. Yeah. Absolutely. And what tends to happen is, you know, the likes of Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft and that, you know, if one of the guys, they get really toxic and up to prices like Game Pass or whatever the case may be, or, you know, start doing something like that, the other guys will just hang back and wait and see how it goes. And then if those guys get away with it, bang. Yeah, they do exactly the same thing. Like, take for instance this gamble that Microsoft is doing with this hybrid console, going up against Steam, which maybe is not the great idea. Not from Microsoft anyway, because they've pretty much messed up everything they've ever done out from their kind of software business and Windows. And even a lot of people were saying that, you know, that's not the greatest. But that's a different story. Nintendo now have announced, or not Nintendo, Sony have announced their Play Anywhere console, pretty much. So these guys have not got a shred of imagination or creativity. You know, when one person does something, it's like a kindergarten. You know, when a kid comes in and he's got the latest T-shirt from a movie or a superhero, all of the other kids have to get it as well. It's kind of like that. It's kind of silly, to be honest. But now, apparently, Sony will be doing this. But it's nice to see a bit of competition all the same. But I don't know if it will pay off in the long run. These companies have, have a habit, let's say, of even when they're making a go of something to get too greedy and mess it up. But the console thing, yeah, people are saying, oh, the console thing is dead. Well, the console thing has been dead for the past 10 or 15 years. You know, just nobody wanted to admit it. Nobody wants to be stuck on a platform like Sony or Microsoft and that. You know, if you want to get games, you want to be able to buy them wherever. And the hardware you're using, I can see the sense where Microsoft is going in that direction. Alright. But, you know, console was always second fiddle. You know, it was overpriced and, you know, the tech was bad. And when we did get upgrades, it was just the tiniest amount. You know, you're stuck in a loading screen for maybe 7 seconds. Oh, I've got the latest expensive console. Now I'm only stuck for 6 seconds. You know, there was never really nothing for the player except that they upgraded the console to play more modern games, and that was it. It was more for them. Microsoft have always been saying that they're selling it at a subsidy and that. I would like to see their books on that. But even if they were, what they're getting back in sales is more than tripling that. Everywhere console. Yeah, they're the ones. Yeah. Leaning towards PlayStation because Nintendo is full of evil. After their boss died, the company went with him. Well, all corporations can be like that. Steam is about the best now. Let's say there's not too much corporate influence. There's that old guy, you know, the old guy with a beard. I think he's the head guy. But whenever he passes away, whoever that company goes to, maybe one of his relatives or whatever, and then they let corporate in, Steam will be just as bad. Yeah. I think that's the old guy, yeah. Yeah, I've seen him a few times. He's the only one that seems to be keeping it together. Not that I know much about Steam, to be honest, but I do watch, you know, a lot of stuff, let's say, related to gaming when I have time. But you can see some of the game studios as well. Let's say they wouldn't have any stockholders or corporate influence, and are, you know, coming up with great games and great stories, and they're not really toxic and, you know, nickel and diming, let's say, you know, their customers. And then you'll see a games company that was like that get taken over by a corporation, and, you know, in a very short period of time, you know, they just want to squeeze every last dime they can from you. You know, it's brutal. I think, yeah, I hope it does, because you know what's going to happen. If it was me, if I was running that, seeing the way the industry is going, you know, if you're passing it on to a relative, it would be stipulated that it cannot be privatized. If whoever he gives it to messes it up in some other way, so be it. But letting corporate in and letting stock guys in, bad idea. You know, bad idea. But Steam has always been pretty good to react to what players want. You know, and why shouldn't they? You know, they're not hypocrites. They want their money, and they'll do what the players want to get their money. That's not much of an ask, is it? You know, make me a game that I like and I'll buy it. Or if you're not as toxic as everyone else, I'll buy your games instead. It's something that the other guys have not yet realized, you know. But now it's gone to the stage where, you know, yeah, I heard yeah, even within 2 hours, if a game is rubbish, you can get a refund policy. Yeah. Sony is probably the worst company ever for refunds. Yeah, with no trying to make it hard for you and that. Like, I had a legitimate problem with a game from Microsoft, my Oblivion. Physical disc wouldn't work and it was perfect. I got to the help desk and they told me to sell it and buy a digital version. That was a nice bit of help from Microsoft's help desk, isn't it? And then Microsoft is wondering why people don't want to do business with them when they're literally, you know, disrespecting all of their customers and You know, the old story. You know, don't do that on my back and tell me it's raining. You know, kind of thing. No, they don't deserve any custom, to be honest. If corporations expect loyalty from their customers, you know, they have to have a little bit of respect for them. You know, and not treat them like fodder. Yeah, but that's a story there. And now, let's say Microsoft and Sony, you know, doing games that say that can be done on PC, and of course, you know, having these Play Anywhere consoles you can buy now from the likes of GOG probably, and Steam. So why would you buy from Sony? And Microsoft would probably, you know, not so good games, overpriced, and if you've got a problem, well, that's your problem. It's not their problem. So why would you buy from them? You might buy their console, whatever the case may be. So I don't see the end game in this one, guys. They're taking a huge gamble. Brutal. What they're doing, Paddock Kev, is when you go to a help desk, they've outsourced that to some foreign country, you know, and you know, cheaply, and or else, you know, that's if you eventually get through the AI. They've invested billions in that stupid thing. But what happens then, when they outsource that for X amount of money, those guys will outsource that again like a subcontractor for even less money, and they would take the profit. Now, Microsoft have probably vetted the guys they outsource to, and they're pretty reliable. But nobody's vetted the guys that, you know, the second guys that will go to a third party. So if you're talking to a person that claims to be a Microsoft guy and he hacks into your account and cleans you out, Microsoft cannot be held responsible, because they gave that contract to guy A, and then that guy A gave that contract to guy B, and you'll never get any justice. So it's a massive security risk, because the guy I was talking to wanted to know some information that was privileged, and you know, if he was, let's say, on the Microsoft computers and that, he wouldn't have to ask these questions. So I refused to answer any personal stuff about my account. He had my email, you know, he had my tag, he had everything he needed. But when that failed anyway, he told me they can do nothing about it to go to BGS. But, you know, Microsoft don't BGS. I go to BGS if I ever get through, and they'll send me to Microsoft. Microsoft will tell me back to BGS, and then they'll tell me to go take a running jump. That's it. Yeah. So if I can in future, I'm giving none of them any money. Now, to be honest, I would be really tempted to buy one of these so-called Play Anywhere consoles, even if they were expensive, because switching to PC would be a bit of a pain for me, because I was never on PC before. But if I could play PC games and it had the simplicity of console, I would probably buy one of their consoles. But I would never buy a game from them again. Ever. Or a controller. Ever. So they'll be getting a one-off payment from me. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't take a screenshot of it, Zick, and post it on Reddit or something. You know, because that deserved a ton of backlash. Yeah. It's called a wild goose chase. They want you to get fed up and just, you know, get out of there. But did you ever hear someone tell you to sell your disc and buy another one from him? That's got to be a new one. This guy, I don't know, I just got a bad feeling chatting with this guy. It's like I was chatting with a guy, a scammer, you know? But, it's dodgy, yeah. Yeah, that's a usual thing. They'll do that in politics. If you've got a local representative and you've got a problem, like, you go to your local representative and he'll send you to someone else and they'll send you to someone else and eventually you'll just get fed up and, leave it so. Yeah. I was absolutely incensed. Yeah. It's, I don't know, it defies any kind of logic. The help desk is not there to help you, Zeke. It's there to gaslight you and stop you from claiming a refund. That's what it's there for. Just like a PR, let's say, in a corporation, it's not there to help their employees. It's there to protect the company and to get you the sack for complaining. Pretty much. So the help desk is like a corporation PR thing. Oh, absolutely. So if you had an Xbox Play Anywhere console where you could buy directly from Steam better games at a fraction of the cost and none of that kind of disrespect, would you ever buy an Xbox game again? Because I wouldn't. Well, I won't say out of spite, but out of principle, even if the game cost exactly the same on Steam, I would buy it instead of buying it on Xbox. Because there's way more protections there. And then who knows? If the console is a flop, they might shut down everything for that. It might go, like those old consoles before, where it's just an expensive mistake. And you won't be able to play it again. Yeah, usually. Yeah, that's the way it would go. But, Steam spent the last 2 decades, building up their reputation slowly. And I've heard people saying that Steam is a monopoly, which I think is not true. And as I said, I've no love or hate for Steam. I'm pretty neutral. I've never played on it. I've never had a Steam account, so I'd imagine I'd be pretty neutral. But, the fact that 70% of all games go through Steam, maybe not because they're monopoly, because they're not, because Microsoft do PC games, GOG do PC games, EA do PC. Well, there's a ton of guys, that would do PC games, so it's definitely technically non-monopoly. But, that any of these guys and these corporations that claim this not think that, well, maybe 70% of people are going there because they trust them more, because they get better deals there more, because they're treated with more respect. That never seems to enter their mind. Yeah, exactly. That's why 70% of the people go there. Doesn't mean it's a monopoly. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you what is trying to be. Microsoft is trying to be a monopoly. And Sony is trying to be a monopoly. Now, Steam had a good chance to be a monopoly in the beginning. Where there was no competition from everyone. They didn't go down that road. They went down the road of trying to serve their customer and keeping them happy. And keeping them on that platform. Which Microsoft are trying to do now. 20 years behind time. They should have been doing it 20 years ago. Yeah. But people are saying, consoles are finished. Well, they never really started in the first place. And if you wanted to point to a time when consoles were finished, well, Xbox was finished after the 360, in my opinion. Yeah, they were pretty dead. It's just there's been a slow death, Yeah. Forces you to stay. Yeah. So why would you have any loyalty to that corporation? Or any corporation, People want... Well, basically, people don't care about any of the problems on the platform. What it really boils down to, if you have good game choices there, if you have a good returns policy service, if the games are much cheaper, and it's a nicer environment, you will obviously, that's what people want, you will obviously shop there. The reason there's not more people shopping in Steam that are only getting 70% is not everyone has a console. For, probably the older generations might find it maybe a bit too confusing, or some people like some, console or PCs are pretty expensive, especially now since the price hikes and the how could I put this, the fake kind of scarcity supply that they've been putting up as an excuse to double up prices on everything. If they were down to the prices they should be, they'd probably see a much larger share. Microsoft have been losing out to Linux on an operating system because they shut down Windows 10 and wanted to force everyone over to 11. But they got a big spike, Linux. Now, I heard that Steam want to do their operating system. Is this true? It's like, yeah, I've heard rumors that Steam are messing about with their own operating system. That would be cool. Now, whether it's a good one or not, but at least these guys will try. But if Steam could do their own operating system, Steam need to be a little bit more self-sufficient, I think, because a lot of these companies like Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, and anyone else coming into the market will obviously see Steam as a big threat. We've seen that pay thing with PayPal and the credit cards and that, So what Steam need to do is they need to sort out their own operating system, become totally independent, and a new form of payment that wouldn't go through a bunch of hypocrites that like taking people's homes and farms away from them, So if they could get the payment system sorted and the operating system be 100% independent, yeah, there's no stopping them. I believe the Steam Deck runs on it, but it's not quite ready. Yeah, there's a lot of things to be ironed out. But I was watching a guy talking about the new hybrid system console they're using, and he said it will be something like the Steam Deck chip. Apparently he had a look at it. So, well, we won't really know until it comes out. Or equivalent, yeah. But apparently Linux has been kind of nailing it, let's say, performing way better than Windows 11. Which is kind of unbelievable. The little guys that used to start off as, ex-Microsoft guys? Started off a small company. Now they're out doing, a juggernaut, Microsoft could probably do the same, but, they're saying, well, why should we? We were getting all the money, so why should we give them more? It is, yeah. Mostly to do with because Microsoft are so incompetent with what they're doing. Like, here, even on my old laptop, I can barely run a stream without 70 pop-ups from Microsoft. They want to update me every 5 seconds, and it goes on for sometimes 45 minutes. They keep spamming me with ads to buy virusware and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. It's like watching YouTube. And God knows how many other systems they have running in the background as well. It's a bloated piece of software, to be honest. I'm sure if you're playing a game, you don't want those kind of pop-ups coming up, Talk about taking you out of immersion. And too many other things, running in the background. You need one OS system that's just dedicated to gaming. And then if you want to, when you come out of the game, go into another section where you can do that online thing. But you need something solely dedicated to gaming, not to be a jack of all trades, which I think Windows might be. Yeah. And Microsoft have not got a good reputation, Well, I do know that the app that they have on Xbox, it's cruel. I've never seen so much buffering, and you've got to keep refreshing it. But before that, the app they had for Xbox before that was literally not working for me for 18 months until they changed it. and you're forced to use the app. There's no other app you can use on Xbox. Yeah, you're literally forced to use it. It's the start of the game engines and drivers aren't made to support Linux. Well, this is the thing about corporations, let's say. It's a system where corporations will be doing business with other guys, and Microsoft's business is more important, so they wouldn't adapt to Linux. You know what I mean? It's not just about how good your software is in the end. It's about how much influence you have. It's like, let's say if you get into trouble, and let's say you're blamed for something you didn't do, and you're brought to court, and let's say the cops have a case against you, even though it's kind of fake. If you hire an attorney from your town, that would, let's say, the vast amount of his work will be coming from the cops, you know, he's not a good guy to pick, you know, because you're just a one payment kind of thing. And, you know, if he robs another client the wrong way, he might lose some business. So he's compromised. You know what I mean? It's something like that. Yeah. Absolutely. It's the numbers, though, I'll get it there in the end. But we know the story with corporations. You know, Microsoft is a juggernaut. But, you know, how many juggernauts have fallen before Microsoft? It will take one company to come out with something that's, you know, way ahead of everyone else, do some good strategies. You know, Microsoft had it pretty much their own way in the beginning. They got in just at the right time. Combination of determination and luck. And it made them what they are today. But I heard most corporations, let's say, when they have a space, they're very, very protective. They would do little deals here. Like, take Sony, for instance, where they would do third-party deals for exclusives on their console. But when they did third-party deals, they would pay extra, so the developers would not put it to other platforms, kind of cutting out the competition. So let's say God of War. Let's say if that was some guy that made God of War, and Sony was interested. Sony said, okay, here's a ball of cash, play it on Sony, don't play it anywhere else. That's the way they would do. You know, they'd get the game and they would kind of cut out the competition. The same way you could put pressure on people that, let's say, could make, let's say, stuff that would kind of go nicely with Linux. They'd say, well, you know, we're giving you 100 million a year in business, and, you know, if you were to do that, you know, maybe we might not want to do business with you anymore. In a kind of diplomatic way. No, a kind of legal way, kind of thing. And that's how business usually works. Certain little bits of pressure here and there, and kind of cutting off the competition. It's pretty standard stuff. Possible. It's a real corrupt little system. I wouldn't be surprised. And it would make sense, Zick, because the optimization that I have on the stuff, there's no need for it. There's zero need for it. Like Borderlands 4, the way it was running, was a disgrace. It had to be backed up by something that was just made to enhance your game. Yeah, that got a right kicking, didn't it? Yeah. Of course, like, it wouldn't be too blatant, you know. They could, you know, but maybe behind doors it might be. Yeah, monopolies do stuff like that all the time. You know, people have sent updates to phones. Corporations have sent updates to phones. They're purposely breaking your phone so you buy a new one. So, and they were found out, they were caught red-handed, and they paid a small fine. And then business as usual. Don't do that anymore. Okay, I won't do it anymore. So there's nothing to stop them. You know, even if this was found out to be true, some government body will go in, get a pile of cash off them, pretty much a bribe, and, you know, that's it. They'll just carry on business. There's no punishment for that. Yeah, anything I would hear like that would kind of make sense. So how corrupt the industry is. Doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but the chances of it being true is quite good, you know. Yeah, chicken feed for these guys. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, like but it's kind of subjective and a matter of opinion. Let's say the bad updates that Microsoft sent to force people to buy new phones, it's purposely slowing down their phones. Oh, sorry, Apple, wasn't it? Not Microsoft, Apple. So they probably made what, 50, 100 billion, because of that in profit. And I think the fine was like 500 or 600 million or a billion or something. So that's 1% or less of your profits. I don't think that's much of a punishment. That's like if you went into a bank and, at gunpoint you stole $1 million. And the worst case scenario, if you were caught, is you would have to pay a $10,000 fine. That's just operating expenses. That's all that is. It is. It's literally a tax at that point. This is the white collar crime thing. This is what got corporations where they are today. But if the law was just and I'd say if somebody had to be ultimately responsible and going to jail for it, this would stop. This would definitely stop then, because the buck would have to stop with someone. You know what I mean? Someone would have to sign off on that. Someone would have to be responsible. But governments, just like bribes. And tell me, the massive fines these companies get, even though it is a small percentage, well, that goes to the government and that body. What about the poor guys whose phones and stuff were damaged? Did they get any payment? Now, if there was a system where anyone that got a bad update that purposely messed up their phone, that they could claim a new phone from Apple, that would stop it. That would definitely stop it. You know what I mean? You're talking about hundreds of billions there. It definitely wouldn't be worth their while. Or else everyone goes to jail. I do know one thing, Zick. If you were walking down the street and you grabbed some stranger's phone and damaged it, you were going to jail for criminal damage for one phone. A corporation can do that to millions of phones and walk away scot-free with a nice little earner, a nice little profit as well. So that's not justice. Maybe not as straightforward as that, but, it still works out the same. Your phone is damaged, somebody doesn't pay for it. The other thing, obviously, is a little bit more personal. Actually, it would be a decent thing to do. If a Microsoft representative, an Apple representative, seen you walking down the street, grabbed your phone and smashed it, that would be a more honest thing to do than, sneaking behind your back and sending you an update that you think that's helping your phone and instead breaking it. It's very cowardly. It's like using poison in battle, poison arrows in battle. So, why should we give these guys money? When there's another... Well, it is a corporation as well, it's Steam. But it's going in the right direction. From what I've heard. Now, okay, we're going on our little shopping trip, isn't it? Oh yeah, we're going to get food. Getting that started off. Yeah. Yeah. I've actually looked into that, Zick, where, let's say it would stay too long at 1%, and then let's say maybe the last 20% would go real quick, and then it would take ages. Do you know the bar you see? The charging bar? Well, not the charging... Well, I'm talking about updates, actually. Sorry. Yeah, do you know in updates where, if you're updating a game or updating something... Yeah, you're updating it and it's kind of crawling along 2-3%, and then the last 20% is whoosh, yeah, or vice versa, yeah. Well, actually, that's just a simulation. It's actually based on the average time it takes to download. What they found was, if there was no bar, people would get bored, and nobody would wait around for the end of the update to kind of close the app. So what they did was they put this little imaginary bar, so you're kind of waiting for it. Oh yeah, it's almost done, but it's not. It just goes on an average time. Yeah, I've seen a fascinating documentary about that. Yeah. It's psychology. It absolutely is. You know, it's boring if you're watching a screen and there's not even a timer. Well, they can't tell you the exact time it's going to take. It would depend on a lot of things. You know, maybe the type of your phone, your internet connection, the time of day. So they would have a kind of guesstimate, a kind of average time. So they couldn't really put a counter on that. So they went with a bar. Genius move. Kept everyone's attention. That's the kind of psychology you're up against. It's pretty much like the small print on a contract. There used to be a problem with the old school batteries before. Let's say when you would drop it before, let's say, you know, it hit maybe 25%, and you let it run out, and then you'd recharge it again, and it wouldn't hold the same amount of charge. I think they fixed that about 10 or 20 years ago. It used to be an old problem with the undercharging, overcharging of phones. It's possible. Yeah. It's actually possible, you know, to send an update that would affect your battery. You know, to probably run a secondary system inside that would you know, that was part of the bad updates, wasn't it? Now, when Apple was confronted with this evidence, let's say, somebody checked it out, they said the reason they sent the updates was on the older phones, they wanted to conserve the battery a bit more, which was BS. But it was proved out that it was literally sent to slow down the phones to force people to buy new ones. And it's the same with PCs, and it's the same with laptops. You know, if the software is working and the hardware is okay, it should run all the time at that same speed. End of story. You know, there's no reason for it not to. So if you're let's say the way you connect on it, if it's slowing down, it's one of two things. It's either your internet, and let's say it's not your internet, and then you've probably received an update that's maybe turned on another system or whatever that's slowing you down, and that's what they've been doing. Yeah. In the software, yeah. Well, put it this way. Let's say if there was kind of, well, I won't even say a redundant system in the phone, but systems that you're not currently using that would suck up a lot of juice. Well, an update could have them always on. So that would definitely, you know, kill the power in your battery pretty quick. And if you had to charge your phone 3-4 times a day, you'd get fed up pretty quickly, and you'd say, oh, my battery has had it. It's time for a new phone. I think that's the way they were doing the updates. You know, there was some of the systems that, you know, they always had on, you know, sucking the life from your battery. Something like that, probably. I never really looked into it, you know. Out from the fact that we know that, let's say, that everything you do on a phone is actually, you know, kind of recorded for marketing purposes. It's not as conspiracy as you might think. It's just them trying to make some cash. But still, an invasion of privacy. I remember back before all of this stuff started, Sony had, I think it was Sony, had DVD players and stuff like that, and other stuff. And I think that even if you're doing stuff offline on it, when it came back online, it would send the information back to Sony. Yeah, I remember a scandal about that. I can't remember what it was about again. But, like, even offline, you weren't, you know, it would just save that information, what you were doing, and would send it on to the guys the second they got back online again. Talk about having a spy in your house. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could do. Yeah, slowly with the updates. Yeah, they could. You know, software would control all of the hardware. You know, you might get a display even on your PC that says one thing, but they're doing it on another. There would be a lot of systems on that. No, no. The way it works is, you've got something, it should always run at that speed till something breaks. End of story. You know? There's no reason why it's, you know, it should just work until it doesn't. There should be no slowing down. Now, it's different if you had a battery problem or something. That's quite possible. But if you're plugged into your AC power, you know, your electric, whatever the case may be, yeah, I've seen this. I've seen tech guys speak about this. You know, guys in the industry, scientists even. If you have a system working on software, that software is still there. All of your hardware, no matter how old it is, it could be 5,000 years of age. It doesn't make a difference. If all of the pieces are there, it should run at the exact same speeds it always did. Unless somebody messed with the software. That's it. Or there's something up with your internet. But it doesn't work that way. Yeah. It would just keep going until something breaks. But they just want you to consume all the time. Their dream would be you would give $1,100 for an iPhone, and then, you know, at most have it maybe 12 months, and then go get another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, and then buy a ton of accessories, and then they'll overprice you with charging cables, and then they'll make sure every single different iPhone has a different charging cable, so you'll buy as many as possible. We ban that here. Yeah, it should keep on going. You know, just the maintenance of it. Here, let's say every time they came out with an Apple iPhone, there was a different charger. It was ridiculous, and everyone had about 50 chargers. So what they did was, the EU, I think, put pressure on Apple if they wanted to keep selling phones here to make, you know, the same kind of standard charger for it all the time. Yeah. That was that one. It was obvious, you know, they were changing the charging ports, you know, because they didn't want people to use their old chargers. They wanted them to buy the expensive new ones, you know. So they stopped that. There was no need, except if you're just, you know, scamming for more money. Yeah. But you got to see it out of a business point of view. Yeah. Yeah, there was a few threats made, I think, to get that one done. Yeah, there's been some small victories, I suppose. You know. Yeah. Like, nobody minds paying for an item if it's worth it, but, you know, having a ton of executives like an evil coven of witches around the table trying to dream up ways to scam you out of more money, it's not very nice, you know. It's definitely not very nice. Now, what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're getting the food out of here and we're getting it out. Oh, yeah, the fertilizer is going in here, obviously. Kind of forgot about that. Yeah, that was that overflow we had at one stage. Oh, why? Oh, the buckets are going in here. That's why the buckets were going in here, guys. Yeah, the overflow. That's been going on a while then. That's not too bad, okay. Kind of forgot about that thing. Once there's an overflow, they'll start pushing them in anywhere. Ah, come on. Oh, water is pretty low, isn't it? I think these guys might need some water. I think we're overdoing it with eggs as well. Yeah, we'll get him some water before we go. I don't think that guy can keep up with him anymore. That's why I'll probably need a second well in. Well, the hunters can pretty much keep up to the pace so far anyway, so we'll leave them. Yeah, we'll leave them 110 is more than enough. There's another rule they're trying to pass here as well, Zek, aimed at Sony and Microsoft. You know how rubbish their consoles is? You know, if a stick goes a bit sideways, you've got to throw away the whole thing. You know, opening it up and trying to fix it is not an option. They're trying to pass a law where everything that's sold has to be, you know, easy to repair and easy to access. I think the same might go for iPhones. You know, where it's easy to get to the parts. Probably, if it does pass, and if Microsoft are forced to do that, or Sony for the controllers, they'll obviously patent well, they're trying to anyway, the replacement pieces and charge a fortune for them. You know, stuff like where it's easy to open up and get in and change the pieces. You know, if one of the buttons go or one of the sticks go. I don't think I know a single person that hasn't got like 100 controllers in their attic. You know. But a button can go on a Microsoft controller in as little as 3 months. It's happened to me dozens of times. The only controller I ever got from Microsoft that I can honestly say didn't give me too much hassle was the 360 one. Oh, hi Jules. Pretty good. Oh, same old stuff. Doing the last settlement here on Medieval Dynasty. Just got a bit of a migraine. But I've only got a little bit more to do anyway. And got a funeral mass to go to as well today. So I'll probably get a few hours rest after this and make my way there. Yeah, the breakdown too easy. Yeah. It's more of an anniversary mass, you know. So I'll be going to that one. Even though I'm not feeling up to it, but still, you know, you have responsibilities. So, what's it been like for you, Jules? How have you been? Oh, well, thank you. What have you been up to? But we're working on the valley map eventually. I got all my achievements from this, but once I finish this, I probably won't play this again. Move to something else. Great game, but you know, once you build a few times on it, you want to move on to other games. Oh, nice. So were you on a bit of a vacation? Salt Lake City to visit the wife's grandma. Nice. Oh, I'd imagine so. Long drive, yeah? That's nice. What was the weather like in that state this time of year? Probably pretty warm and sunny, was it? Salt Lake. Utah, isn't it? That's Utah. Salt Lake would be the religious community. What are they? Mennonites, Quakers, Amish, is it? Utah? Yeah. Mormon. Yeah, Mormon. Yeah. Pretty nice. I wouldn't mind seeing some good weather for a change. Yeah. Mormon. That's right. They would have been mostly German settlers, wouldn't they, back in the day? I think so. back in the very, very early days. Oh, sugar. You gotta be kidding me. Did I take much damage? Not too much. Look at this guy. You cheeky, cheeky thing. Come on. Come on. Yeah. How you like this, Croc? There you go. Cheeky puppy. They're a few months behind in the weather. Yeah. So the leaves are still on the trees, but falling off. Nice. Here we got an inch of snow. No snow here. Very rarely see snow here. It's so weird. Yeah. Here, if you can imagine, it's always like a kind of drizzly spring. You know, or kind of, you know, getting kind of slightly colder autumn. Absolutely, yeah. It sounds okay. It is for the first 50 years. But it gets old after a while. You know, I'd like to see a bit of snow or a really decent summer for a change. You know, seasons, they're nice. But it's like a perpetual spring. It does get tiring, to be honest. But yeah, humidity is, you know, at that level all year round, especially at night. You want to be pretty used to it. I am. You know, I don't even feel it until it gets above 90%. You know, but I've seen people come here from other countries to settle and work or whatever from really warmer, really cold climates, and then pretty much destroy them for a while. And the snow for a good... that's too long, isn't it? What we used to have here, let's say in the 80s, well, up until about 84, we'd have a good maybe 2 months of winter, the snow, the whole snowman kind of thing. You know, we'd have a nice spring, we'd have a decent 2 to 3 months summer, and then we had autumn. It was nice. It was almost perfectly kind of set. But I think, you know, not just here, I think, you know, the changes have been everywhere. You know, it's just you got to be old enough to remember what the weather was like. And I'm not talking about maybe 1 year in particular. You can have those kind of freak years, anything. You know, but up until I was about my early teens, maybe. You know, that was the kind of normal stuff. And I've seen many of them. And then they just stopped. Winter and then road construction. Well, here it's almost like we have just, well, I suppose 2 seasons. We have 3 seasons of spring and a very, very mild summer, which might be mistaken for a really nice spring. Yeah, it used to be pretty nice. I remember, you know, 4-foot snowdrifts when I was a kid. Getting trapped in your house, not being able to open the door. You know, being frosted in. Dodging the icicles on the eaves. the sleds going downhill like a nutcase. Usually on a plastic bat. That kind of stuff. And then in the summer, you know, swimming in the local river. You'd be walking home with the guys. You'd have a wet towel. You'd see a kind of electric wire fence to hold in cattle. You'd make sure that you'd grab the towel in your hand. You'd grab one of your mates by the arm and you'd sling that towel around that electric fence. The charge would pass through you and you would fry your friend. Ah, that was fun. Those were the days. Yeah. Yeah, that was so good. You get a tiny bit of the shock, maybe 5-10%. But the guy on the other end, he would really get that. Yeah, every time I'd see one with a wet towel. It's a classic that never grows old. Absolutely. But I think the worst thing I've ever seen Yeah, we were swimming. You know what kids are like, so there was one of those fences, but it must have got knocked over and was kind of hidden in the long grass. But one of my friends needed to relieve himself. You know, kids, they relieve themselves anywhere. So he decided to relieve himself into the grass. Unfortunately, his stream hit the wire and it was live. Oh my. I've never heard such screams. That was funny. That was really funny. That was really funny. Yeah. You know, little memories like that keep coming back. No, none of that anymore. Kids are missing out on a lot. Stuck in their rooms on social media. But to be honest, you know, there's not much outside now anymore. Different if it was a good summer or a really nice winter for kids to play. Ah, but the wet towel, that was a classic. I got to the stage where, you know, when we were coming home from the stream or whatever, we were swimming, everyone was kind of paranoid. We'd be watching each other. Ah, those were the days. Innocence too is a blessing, isn't it, Jules? You know, you get older, then you see, you know, life isn't always fun and games. Absolutely, some good memories. With your class, yeah? Oh, lovely. I never got lucky. Oh, well, that was a science lesson. Yeah, it's a pity. So they were expecting it. Yeah, if you could do something, let's say, you know, as a kid, let's say, you know, getting dark in the evening, like a kind of Halloween or something, and say, oh, you know, there's a ghost here or something. Everyone, we've got to hold hands while we're going through here, and have another guy on the end of the line and just grab a fence and send that shock right down through all the kids. That would have been hilarious. But it's a pity they were expecting it. Yeah. Absolutely, Jones. Getting shocked, yeah. Yeah. That would have been something. Yeah. But I felt sorry for that kid who relieved himself on that wire. Although in his defense, you know, it was hidden well on the grass. Nasty. And it's funny, as a kid, you'd have a little kind of group, maybe 4 to 5 kids. And there was always one that was kind of, how could I put this? The kind of funny guy, the kind of life of the party. The guy who was like, kind of, you know, the nerd, but not like, you know, you'd bully him or anything like that. But, you know, the kind of guy that would be like, you know, kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool. What was going to happen? Oh, that's horrible. They just told us to make a chain. The closest person touched the fence. The people standing the furthest away felt safe. Wrong. Yeah, they'll get the worst. It's when the shock exits. Yeah, the path of least resistance. Of course. The guy in the end will take the brunt. The other guys, according to how far they're up the chain, yeah. Yeah, we learned that the hard way. Absolutely. It's strange to do that in school. That must have been a long time ago, Jules. A school would be hesitant to do it now. If a kid had an undiagnosed heart condition, oh my goodness. Yeah. There would be a massive lawsuit. Yeah, but things were different then. We weren't so fragile. Yeah, that could have been nasty. You know, thinking now, let's say, as an adult, in the times we live in now, yeah, that could have gone down pretty bad. Kid could have been on the brink of some kind of, you know, heart episode or something, undiagnosed. That electric shock wouldn't have really helped them much. Yeah, but still, if a kid was to keel over with a heart attack there, even if they were going to have one anyway, the fact that he got shocked on that would leave grounds for a massive lawsuit. Yeah. But I suppose natural selection played a part as well, Zick and Jules. You know, the dumb kids didn't make it. It was only the fittest survived. You know, we were let play around rivers, you know, climb power lines, trees, walk out in traffic. The dumb ones didn't make it. Yeah, it was definitely survival of the fittest. We definitely didn't have any kid gloves. Yeah. Yeah. Law of the jungle, I suppose. Yeah, but then again, you know, people didn't fear the kids outside. Yeah, shock guy and peanut guy. Now, between, you know, weirdo predators, traffic and kids not understanding, let's say, you know, dangers and stuff, it's pretty dangerous. Those were the days. Now, let's do a little bit of shopping, guys, and we'll see if we can find some mates for our settlers. No problem, Jules. Absolutely. Have a good one. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Stay safe. Bye. Now, yeah, age is all over the place. Okay. Yeah, some kind of nerve that's going sideways. It feels like I've got a toothache, even though there's no tooth there. I think it's nerve damage. It passes eventually. But usually when I get this, I'll go to sleep. You know, give my eyes a break and it clears up. Once I get some sleep, I should be okay. And you too. Take care, Jules. Now, where are these guys? Oh, here's one.
Who runs the world?
I do.
How art? Let me show my
Okay, we don't really need much. We'll just try and get rid of this junk. We didn't actually get any water, did we? We should have. We should be able to make around. It should last them another day anyway. Yeah, we should be good. What have we got? 19 points something. Okay. I don't know where I got that from actually. Okay. You're done.
to see you soon.
Right.
What can I trade is in my nature.
Let me just try and get rid of this as quick as we can. That's a lot of eggs, isn't it?
Take care.
Yeah, I think I'll have to tune it down a bit. Maybe I'm overdoing it. Oh, what have we got left? 27 point something. Honeycomb is not much. Oh, it's probably. Yeah, it's okay. Ah, okay, eggs it is.
Let me show you my wares.
There, that's one. We've checked the settlers. We're not really interested. We need a female aged 18 or 19. Would do for a settlement.
How do you do?
Now, where's this one? God, I'm tired so quickly. How long have I been on? About 4 hours. I'll try and go a bit longer. I usually go till 6, but I've got a journey to do a little later today. We'll see. I'll try and get a bit more time in.
Good?
Greetings. Let me show you my
Oh, let's see. Oh, 200. A lot. There it is. It's close enough. Yeah, that would do. I'll start selling some of that junk off eventually.
Hope to see you soon.
Now, where's this other lady? Amanda.
Can I help?
Yeah, she's got a lot of cash, all right. There.
Be safe.
Greetings.
Now we need to go to... what is it called? That one there. Oh, we don't need any dye or anything like that. But the second we get this little round off, we'll spend the rest of the time on that settlement. We've got a few things to do. Just gotta do a round. Hang on, do we... oh yeah, we gotta pay taxes as well. When we get to Gostovia, we'll do that.
There's nothing like the crackling of the cozy fire.
Welcome. Only goods of the highest.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, not rot. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good.
Take care.
I'll start selling the other junk now in a moment.
How do you need anything?
Yeah, we'll take your firewood. Forgot to get rid of... oh, hang on. Let me see. Yeah, there's a couple of bits of junk I need to get rid of. Alright. Now we can start getting rid of this junk.
Goodbye.
Perfect.
dear.
Oh, water and... well, when we get to this other one down here, we'll be close enough to the water
How do you do?
when we're going across to Gostovia. It's the next one after this. Yeah, we'll be okay. Just 2 vendors here and then 2 in the next one. That's where we can get something to drink. We'll cross the stream to Gostovia.
How another client. Welcome. Farewell.
Oh, where's that other NPC? Where are you? Oh. I forgot again to check the settlers. What is wrong with me? 21. Close. That's a pity. Still a bit on the old side. Yeah, I can save it anyway. We'll go back and see. Yeah, but I'm looking for a couple of settlers as well.
How is life treated? Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Yeah, I haven't picked up settlers in ages, so I keep forgetting. There.
Have a good day.
Now. Yeah, slightly too old.
Hey!
It's about freeing up the houses when the settlers kind of get too old to pass away. You know, you get them in around the same age to vacate at the same time. Within a few seasons. Now, which ones did we miss? Well, actually 2 spots we didn't check the settlers.
How is life treating you?
We'll have to backtrack for just a minute. If there's nobody there, I can just load up from here again. One of them was Brannick and the other one was Tutki, wasn't it? Yep. Forgot to check the settlers. Oh, there's one. We got one, guys.
How are you?
Some people don't seem.
Now, let's find our old place to live. I've got a boyfriend for her now. Oh, where is that guy? Yeah, there he is. Norman, we got you a friend. Oh, hang on. Oh, definitely not putting in that kid will go all Roblox on this. Oh. Very, very, very bad stats. But I can fix them up. Yeah, I can fix them up. Horrible stats. I'll really have to work on that NPC. There. Ah, she should be okay.
Lucky bastards.
Now we'll save it there. I normally wouldn't look sideways at an NPC like that, but we're stuck. And I've got enough stuff in place to train them up reasonably quickly. Now, let's check here. Ideally a 19-year-old, 18-year-old would do as well. Let's see. If not, we can load up from the other one and then just move out. 26, 22. There, we're good. Right. Let's get to Borough or whatever it's called. We can get something to drink there and cross the river then to Kostovia. There was a massive influx of male birds in the village. So that's why I have to do this. But you get about 4 years anyway with the apprentices to sort them out. You'd be able to max them out in that length of time. Time is it? We still got a bit of time. I'm hoping to get something done on this settlement now during this spring. Once we get our stuff done here. That's taking its time, isn't it? There we go. Now.
Oh, it's you again.
What's it called? Borough. Strange name. I don't think we'll be able to get the NPCs yet anyway, will we? Let's see if they're still awake. We'll have to sleep outside Gostovia. See if we can get them to do business. We'll check you guys in a moment. They're here. Please say they're not in bed. Oh, you sleepy, sleepy person. Okay, we'll sleep here. Just need to get outside of town. Now let's check these. What have we got? Even here it's mostly guys.
I just don't like the conversations about the weather.
Oh my.
Crops, animals, children, politics.
I think the oldest NPC I've seen was 46. That's a bit much. Especially with those stats. Now, let's get up here. Oh, the water thing. I can do that in the morning. I should live till then. Alright, let's see. Let's see, can we sleep here? I'll do. Get rid of that meat from the wolves. Sleep till morning. Get rid of the fire, we'll get up and then we're good to go. Hit those 2 NPCs, cross the river, get something to drink, and we're halfway through these now anyway. There. Now let's see if these sleepyheads are up. They are.
Oh, it's whatever you need. I've got it.
Have a nice day.
How trade is in my nature.
Oh, we've got a ton of eggs. Oh, we have a lot of eggs. Yeah, I might have to tune that down a tiny bit. There. We're pretty decent. We didn't get a wash on the way across. Oh, so tired. We still need to get it. Even if we got that middle section, I suppose, finished, it will be a start. Well, after this stream anyway, I'm off till Tuesday evening again, Eastern Standard Time, so that will give me 2 days. I suppose between appointments and other stuff, I be able to spend a little bit more time on this, trying to get some of this stuff done.
Well,
there she is. Perfect. Perfect.
And,
Perfect.
firewood,
Perfect. Perfect.
and a roof over my head, of course.
Absolutely perfect. That's what I was looking for.
First,
Usually I wouldn't touch those stats. Well, at least there's one tree.
How is life treating you?
Alright, we've even got a hobby waiting for her. Now, where's that last guy I wanted to match up? There he is. Okay, where is she? That's perfect. We'll put her on the farm for a little bit. Oh, we'll have to go back straight away, guys. I've run out of water. I think they've run out of water. I forgot to do that when we were leaving here. Or maybe it's her, is it? Yeah, no, it's okay. We still have enough water. It's just her. That should clear in a moment. Yeah, there it is. Right, okay. That's it. We don't have to mess about with NPCs for this season, at least.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Oh, it was
Now,
nice.
4 vendors here. I see 2 already. That's a bug quest. Yeah, if you don't do that in the first 8 years of the game, forget about it.
Greetings. Be safe.
That's 2. Right, where's the innkeeper? There you go.
Good luck.
No, one more guy. Where is he? There he is.
Greetings. Do you need anything?
Yeah, not bad.
Farewell.
Okay. A few more villages and then we're good. Gotta look out for that special NPC so we can pick up that majestic tree. Don't even know if I use all the seeds, but
We'll have to finally put down roots.
might as well pick something up.
Oh, it's you again.
Right.
Can I help? I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Good luck.
Well,
Best prices in the area.
cupcake.
And one more. So I think 3 more villages after this and then we're good. We can get back and start to do something in a settlement. I think I'll stay in Spring for quite some time till I get some stuff out.
How do you do?
Especially now since I got the NPCs I wanted. It'll give me time to work on those as well.
Price is so low you don't need to hug it.
There. Right, Lenska. And then the other 2. We don't find a special NPC, it's probably back at our own end. Now, where are you, Lenska? Or Lesnica.
What can I do? Trade is in my nature. To be safe.
Time to start moving the eggs.
Ah, another client. Welcome.
152
You'd
eggs.
hope to see you soon.
Well, she's okay for eggs for a while.
Well, another client. Welcome. Goodbye, dear.
Sorry.
Oh, hang on. Well, we need that meat. Okay. Looks like this person's gonna have a lot of
You
eggs.
have hope to see you soon.
Yeah, we kinda need the meat. Right, 2 more. The other one is easy, there's just 2 NPCs on that. The last one has a ton, like 6.
How can I help you?
Jezerika, is it? God, this migraine is killer. I need an ice packer, I think, something for my tempos. I'll have to sort it out in a moment. Ah, yes, there's a special NPC.
How can I help you?
I won't take any of those little blanket things. Nah, I don't have any. That's the only thing I really want. I might definitely take the hedge seed because I'm using up a lot of that. The rest I've got tons of. You know. Don't really need it that much. Okay. Oh, 0 for the rot. Serious? Okay. That's enough.
Well, best prices in the area. Havoc.
Yeah, I've got so much of this in storage I can start to sell it off. It's causing me problems.
Can I help you with anything? Hope to see you soon.
Oh, come here, you.
Can I help you with anything? Have a good
Okay, this guy.
Greetings. Let me show you my wares.
Right.
Hope to see you.
Perfect. Now, one last one, guys. We've already got the special vendor. Go back. Probably be late, sleep. And then we fix the hedges and stuff and start to do the decorating. Get it over and done, finished with that one section. Probably better doing it in summer when all the plants blossom, but we can get the hedges out of the way anyway.
How do you do?
Right, last one. Ah, sugar. I forgot to pay taxes. Yeah, we'll go back. We'll have to go back. Yeah, we'll have to go back for that.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Okay, he's not got much. Here, have a plank.
Take care. I bet that if Cornelius was
How can I help?
No. Right, what have we got here?
Yeah. See you around.
I think it's up to 6 vendors here.
Eating in one of the. How do you do?
Anything?
Farewell.
What can I do?
Yeah, 2 more after this and then we're out of here.
Farewell.
Oh, it's you. Whatever you need, I've got it.
That's a lot of manure, isn't it? That is a lot of manure.
Hail, friend. Whatever you need, I've got it.
Yeah, let's see if we can just get rid of the manure. Oh, 5,000. There. That got a nice bit of out as well, didn't it? Yeah, I think we've got far too much manure.
See you around.
Right, that's it. Let's get out of here. I'll start sorting out what needs to be taken out eventually.
Oh, it's you again.
Now we need to pay taxes, so Gostovia and then home. Forgot to do it when we were here. Alright, where is this guy? It's, how much am I paying now? Almost 14k, is it?
I love heroes, but I don't want to be one.
Yeah, I think it's like 14k. Well, that's that anyway. Right, let's get back.
I hope our king is going to reign as long. Oh, it's you again.
Now. Yeah, they're still farming away. We'll leave them at it. We'll be here for a while anyway. That's Astrid. That's someone I brought in from a quest. Apparently refugees from another land. Rightio, let's see. Now. Yeah, it's down here. Once we get this into place and get the structure up, we should be able to do... Well, I think we've done all the fencing on this, haven't we? Pretty much. Yeah, okay, we need to get this junk up here. And then I'll kind of leave the other kind of decorating for a little bit, just do the basics. That stone shouldn't be there. Let's see if everything is in place. I think it is. Okay. Right, let's see how this goes. Just get rid of that seedling we have. Oh, I have 3 of them for some reason. There. Now let's save this. Right, we're all ready to go. I've already marked it out during the winter. But I wanted to see what it was like now. Now, I just need one moment, guys, while I check on my doggos. It shan't be a second. Now, there we go. Tell me I took my medication, did I? I did, thank goodness. Yeah, at least I did that tonight. Yeah, I've got blood pressure medication. I usually forget the silly thing before I come on. Now, let me see. Let me light up one of these. God, this heat here is unbelievable. Yeah, I'll push this fan a little bit towards me. It's ridiculous to have this kind of humidity this time of year. Now, I need to get rid of that stuff.
I'm hammering out a solution to my problems.
I see. Yeah, we have that up as well. I need to get rid of this.
Nobody will shout on me that my clothes aren't warm enough.
Okay. I think I did a marking out pretty decently, what I was saying. Okay. There. So, that's what we've got now, and that's what I was looking for.
I've never seen
Yeah.
such an efficient village management.
We're pretty decent on that. Yeah, that should work. No, I don't mind blocking this off and not being able to get out there. I don't know, maybe. Should we have doing that, guys? There's still a way... Well, is it worth it? No, not really. I want to get these NPCs to kind of split up. Yeah, because I wanted to do a fence here anyway. I think this will be good. I'll get the other junk in there later. Let's see what it looks like. I should check it from here. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. I think we can live with that. Now, I don't intend on doing this down here. There's only so much of this you can get away with. Now, let's see. Okay, this is what I'm thinking here. We'll go straight in on this. Come on now, don't be like that. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, that chicken, really. And then we'd go... Let me see what it's like. Well, ideally you'd want to go center on that, but that would be horrible. Let's have a look at this. Let's see if we can get it. There. Okay, chicken, move. Yeah, move, chicken. Move, chicken. Silly chicken. Kill that chicken now shortly. There. Ha ha ha! Let's see if we can beat the chicken. There we go. I can put rubbish in there and stuff later. Kind of fill it up with junk. That's not an issue. Now let's see. What have we got? Yeah, you could have gone at a different angle maybe for this, but what's the point? We've got a ton of junk like this we can just throw in. Bags and all that kind of stuff. I'll get to that one later. Not too bad. Let's see what it's like. I'm not really impressed with that one, to tell you the truth. I could go to the center of that. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work for me. Especially from here. Not a biggie. Not a biggie. Yeah, okay, we'll have to go to the center. It won't really be noticed. I didn't think it would be so obvious. Yeah, it's a bit much. You could stick it right on the fence, but that would be horrible. One on the hedge. No, we use the first post and then we go halfway on the other one. We'll have a look at it as well from the air before we commit to it. Come on. Maybe I should have just scrapping it. Right.
Spring is when you feel like whistling, even with a shoe full of slush.
I'm more of a guess than anything else, but we'll see. It's not getting exactly as close as I would like it to be, but... Okay, let's see what that's like. Yeah, I need a little bit over. Now we can use a marker for that. So roughly around there. Yeah, I knew we'd eventually need some kind of marker. I would say around there. Impossible to judge without some way of marking it. I make sure I don't hit the fence by or the hedge by accident. Over. Ah! Exactly what I said. I was. Oh, for God's sake! That stupid thing. Okay. Exactly what I didn't need to do. Nah, maybe I should have said nothing. I'm tired. Yeah. Oh, of course, that chicken didn't help. Oh my. Distracted by a chicken. You get into the floor with a hammer and it's hard to stop. Annoying. Right, we'll get it in place again and then we'll save it. At least we can see it anyway before it's constructed, so. Something. Right, third time is a charm. Let's see if we can ever get this to load. Okay, one more time. Okay, we'll guess again. So we thought it was maybe somewhere around there. Probably spot on this time. Right, let's see. No, still needs a reasonable amount. It would have been wrong anyway. So we'll go about here. I'd say that would probably be the one. Now, I'm going to save this guy. keep the hammer low. Only a better chance. Right, round 2. Come on, you get a bit tighter than that. There, let's try that. God, will I ever get this right? Still needs a tiny bit more. Oh, surely that would be the one. I have no way to, well, maybe I could actually. Nah, not really. How far is this out? Well, hang on, let's see. Let me get this out of the way first. I might be able to do this with the old fencing. Or the old field trick. Let me see. Let's see. Where does this land? Yeah, we want to be spot on. No, you see what I mean? No, I have to do it the old school way. It's right in between the two of them. No, we're doing it old school.
I've never seen such.
Come on now. Right, let's see. Yeah, that's it, that will do. That's just about okay there. Well, to be honest, it needs to be brought in a tad. If I'm to be quite honest, probably between the two rocks. Are the two of them still here? No, just one of them. You'd want to go just kind of on the inside of that. Here, we might as well go the whole hog on this. We'll give it one more shot. Oh, give me something to do anyway. Right, on the inside, wasn't it? Now this one should just about do this, I'd say. So we're going on the inside. So it would be roughly about there. That's probably as close as we're ever going to get to it if we haven't gone in too far. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. I still get the feeling it's a little wider on the other section, you know that? Yeah, I really do. The problem is if we pull that in a bit more, it is. There's that tiny, tiny bit. It was more like between the two rocks, I'd say. Oh, for goodness sake. There, on that guy there should be the one. Or at least on that side of it. Okay. I just want to get this perfect. It's going to be visible from the air. Surely this will work. So, is it smack on this or is it more to the side? We'll go smack on. Okay. Okay, you better be the one. Ah, sugar. There. There we go, guys. That would do. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Right. About time too. That should do it. And last. I'll do the last of the decorations and stuff here later. I have one of those feather things we can probably put it in now, but I think we need the basket for that. Let's see. I think that should do it. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, out from the putting bric-a-brac in here and maybe some plants. I think all of the groundwork is done. Okay. What's next on the agenda? Oh yeah, the road down here and then what's it called? The fishing hut.
Not sure why, but
Let's see how this goes. Let me just get some of this junk out of the way. We can sleep in one of those houses in a moment. Probably don't even need these out of the way. I'll be coming down, I think it's this way here. Oh, it's gonna level up all the trees. Well, that's another thing, isn't it? Okay, we'll take measurements in a moment, I'd say. Let me see. It's about that. Let me see where we are. Yeah, that's the one, alright. Okay. Let's see where this roughly goes to. Chances of it lining up where I want. Oh! Oh, that's smooth. Perfect lineup. That's pretty smooth. Let's see. Yeah, I couldn't have planned it better, actually. Ah! Yeah, that means I was off a tiny bit. I went center. It's gonna be a tad that way there. Okay, let's try this again. Even the tiniest bit off. It kind of goes into cubes. I'll have to guess this one. Okay, one more try. If not, we'll use some kind of measurement for this. I can't really see it from here, to be honest. Oh, there it is. What's that one? Yeah, so we went dead center before and I wasn't much luck. So, which way was it going? A bit to the side, wasn't it? So, there we go about there might help. Let's see. Hopefully. Doubtful. Yeah. Okay, I have another plan. I think we're better off marking this stupid thing out. Sometimes if the ground is off, it will give me a bit of a hassle, but we are measuring this by eye. Let me see. We could do it in sections if we got really stuck. One more piece. We're going perfect until we got to here. That one seems to be reasonable. Right, let's try it again. Let's see if we can fluke this one. Yeah, it's just going to be a real horror, isn't it? Okay, we need to get some sleep anyway. We might have to bring it down in sections. I don't mind as long as I get it up, really, to be honest. The ground is difficult anyway. But not one square at a time. That's a bit much. Maybe I'll do it in shorter bursts, so it'll be okay. We seemed a bit off the tired, actually. Yeah, you see it there. A little bit more. Okay, we'll give it a shot. So, roughly there. We could be fighting a losing battle on this one. Let's see. Oh, not bad. Okay, we got a little bit more. We should be able to get it on the next one. Yeah, we got a little bit more. Yeah, you see. It gets a bit sideways from here, but what can we do? There we go, guys. That's why we're going off. It's kind of hard to see, obviously, if you don't have some kind of line in. Now, let's see if it will allow me to use the fence on that train. Then I'd settle for that one, I suppose. Yeah, we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, there's nothing complicating it. Right. I think we've got it on this. Now we'll have to... You see that space there? Well, that's just because I left the road down. Once we save this and load it, it should be okay. Well, let's just make sure we'll load this guy up, and then we'll do our fishing hut, and we'll destroy the one we have outside. Fix it up, and we'll give us something to do. Not sure, obviously we won't be able to do fencing. We might be able to do kind of a limited amount of fencing or hedging, I suppose. Depends on how close we can get it to the shore. Or on the bank, I mean. But usually I don't bother with fencing with these. Okay, get a few trees out of here, I suppose. What time is it? 5 hours. I'll go a little bit longer. Not sure if I can do the full 6 hours. Well, I streamed for 4, but I pushed to 6. I've got a journey to do. And about, what time is it now? I suppose I'll allow myself time to freshen up. I don't know, we might fit another 20 minutes or so, we can get this done. I definitely need, I'm going to be driving, I need a few hours sleep. Let's see. Yeah, there as it said, perfect. It's actually not bad. I think we can live with that one. Okay, let me see. We'll need something here as well. I want to put the wood sheds in here eventually. We'll need probably another entrance. Yeah, might work. Right, we'll build another one here anyway, regardless. We'll see if we can get this thing looking okay. Buildings, survival, fishing hut 2. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I want to square it up on the map. Well, it's not really going to show on the map anyway, is it? Okay, we'll square it up by eye. Oh, it's not going to show when I get this. Here, let's see. No, I see it. Definitely show on the map now. Yeah, we just got to build it. No, it's not showing. Cool. Oh, that saves me a lot of hassle. Yeah, it only really shows if you can get it right up on the... You know, good bit on the bank, I suppose. Yeah, we can do that, okay. Let's see if we can fix this by eye then. A tiny bit more. Straighten it up as well. Come on now. We'll keep pushing it down until we get it where we need it. Yeah, roughly. Let's see. Is it showing up on the map now? Hey, there it is. As I said, once you get it close enough. Now, this is going to be the thing, isn't it? Do you know what I'm tempted to do? To remove maybe a tiny bit of this roadway and see if we can slot it in a bit closer. Maybe that's what's holding it. And then we can push the piece back in later. So this is where I save. Now we'll have to center it. Okay, let's see if we can get a little bit more leeway on this. Yeah, this is a different kettle of fish now, isn't it? I want to have to go dead center, roughly. It doesn't really like it either, does it? A little bit more, but... yeah, we can kind of see from here. And this is the problem here now. I see. It doesn't really matter from here, but it definitely matters from the map. It's gonna take ages to move this little guy into place, isn't it? We need a tiny... well, we need to go down and we need to push in the end here. So, something like that. We actually need it, it's not too bad. That might be a bit on the far side. Yeah. That's kind of looking sweet from there. Let's see. Yeah, it is. I don't think we're ever going to do anything with this here. If I could just get it in a tiny bit there, I'd say. We'll pull the stairway in a little bit more. I think we might have a chance. The tree now is getting in my way. Yeah, that might be a bit much, but let's see. A fraction more. I need the tiniest one. I think no matter what we do, it's not going to look too pretty on the map. One more look at this. Okay. Oh, I don't want to come too far with this. The tree is really making my life. Yeah, I have to do everything from the side because of this stupid tree. Let me see. Okay, see the problem is as we go down a bit, well, yeah, it's not bad. Actually, that's not bad at all. Let me see. That looks a little bit more like it, doesn't it? Yeah, that's probably it. I think that's the best. I would like to turn it a fraction more, but it might be just the angle that is that. Here, let's save this. I'll give it one more shot. Don't lie for me, I have to do everything from this side. This makes this way more awkward. That's a bit botched, but yeah, if that doesn't work, we'll do it the other way. Maybe about there. Let's have a look at that. It kind of moves it out a bit as well. It's a nasty little one. I'll give it one more shot. I'm guessing around there. Okay, maybe a little more. Okay. If that doesn't work, I don't know what to do. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. I think we got it, guys. Long last. You're not going to do much with the way it's waterlogged on one side. Just played the new Simpsons update on Fortnite. Nice. And welcome back, Jules. Yeah, we're just getting in the fishing hut. Okay, now we'll probably do. Maybe when it's built up it will be a little bit better. Or once we load it in. Here, save, is it? It is. Now let's see if we can do this little thingy here properly. And get this whole last piece in. Ah, I see. Okay, come on now. I just need a tad more.
It's time for a beverage.
I might have to chance removing a small piece. Any fishing in real life or in the game? I haven't fished for decades in real life. At least 3, maybe 4 decades. But in the game, yeah, it's like a kind of, you know, you can't use a rod, not like Skyrim or anything like that. You can use, I've often used some spears to do it. But that would have been very early game. You know, once you get this in, you can get as many fish, you know, as you want. Yeah, the fishing is not good in this one. Oh, hello, Bo. How have you been? Boat. Well, yeah, in real life, it's been... Oh, my good God. About 3.5 decades since I did any fishing. At least 3. And in this game, probably a few days ago, I had to kill... No, a couple of weeks ago, we were doing a quest. Yeah, when I wasn't so organised. I think we killed some fish. The fishing in this is very, very basic. So, what have you been up to, Lobo? We'll have to chance taking the other one out and then pushing that piece. Let's see if we can get away with this one. hopefully. Ah, here we go. Right, let's see. What have we got? Oh, looks pretty decent, doesn't it? Let's have a look at this. Oh, in No Man's Sky, I've done a lot of fishing. There's only one I haven't got. Well, there's a few, but one I think comes from an expedition. I'm having trouble with some of the other ones. Yeah, the rarer ones. But I think I've got about 95% of them, maybe more. Well, mostly trout, Jules, yeah. We'll be mostly trout fishing. Some pike fishing as well. But, you know, I was pretty young and I wasn't, you know, eating them, and I was just releasing them again. And then I remember fishing and I said, you know, why am I even doing this? You know? It was different if you were doing it for food or whatever the case may be, you know? And then I got busy with other stuff, so I didn't really have the time. It took up a lot of my time, and, yeah, I didn't really bother with it again. Just started a series of... Oh, did they? On No Man's Sky, I didn't see that. Yeah. It opened on Wednesday. The expedition. Yeah. Yeah, that's available then, isn't it? I didn't see it. But I haven't checked for a while. I was actually on today, but I didn't notice it. Yeah. H2. Oh, I'll definitely be there for that. Yeah, I want to do the other expeditions. Yeah. Well, I was in and I did the daily quest today, but I didn't check. You know, usually there's no update then for the expeditions, the Redux ones, no? If I got an update, I would have checked. They can just put it in without an update. Just switch it on, I suppose. I'll definitely check. Yeah, that's what we'll do, guys. If they're doing them, we'll take a small break on this, and we'll do some of the expeditions on this, giving us a day or two off this. If there's some of the new ones, I'd love to get my hands on that Living Freighter. That would be nice. Yeah. So they're doing series 4 and 5. Yeah. Oh, it's on a side server, so it's not available to all the public. Ah, I see. Yeah, you'd probably have to have PC and go into a website and all that. Yeah. Everyone can do it. And I can do it from, let's say, my Xbox, for my own game. Just go to the anomaly and go into where you pick up the quests, and perfect. Yeah. So is it as simple as you just go to the same place where you pick up the new expeditions, isn't it? It should be available where the new ones are. I would have to take extra steps. Yeah, just the usual thing. Yeah, I didn't notice it. Yeah, I didn't notice it. When did it start? Officially? Yeah. Yeah, that's right, because this time of year, November, I checked it up and I was kind of waiting for it. Yeah. You can do it on your main save, Wednesday afternoon, your time. Nice. Wednesday afternoon coming. Ah, I see. So I've got a bit of time. Yeah. In a few days' time. No, Wednesday last. Oh, so it's been available for a while. I didn't... Yeah, we're in 3 days so far. Oh, I better start on that then. I'll go in and check once I stop streaming. Yeah. But you were saying 2 weeks, like, you'll get through that in 2 days. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll finish that one, no problem. That's 2 weeks per expedition. Yeah, plenty of time. Yeah, I'll get through it pretty quick. Yeah, definitely. So it's 4 and 5. Yeah. Phase 5 has only 5 missions. Yeah. It's pretty decent. I tend to stream for a long time as well, so, you know, it'd be nice to get something done on that. I'll check and see is it available. If not, I'll do a little bit more. But yeah, it should be available on the anomaly. I'm surprised I missed that, but I suppose I was expecting an update or something. Yeah, definitely go in. I'll check what 4 and 5 is. Which mission gives us the Living Freighter? That's 3, isn't it, I think? Or 6. Yeah. Beforehand, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely do those two. The last two I kind of messed them up. I had a stupid pet I got from the last expedition, and I accidentally released him. And I only found that out later that I didn't get an egg from him. So I'll have to do that one again. Oh, for goodness sake. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing them again. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. See, I had a ton of junk in there and I was cleaning it out. And it was the Livingstone fossil guy. Yeah, I released him accidentally. Yeah. Yeah. No, didn't get the egg. Yeah. Yeah, but I could have, you know, taking the extra steps. But you know what it's like on that game. You're always into doing everything else. And then I was kind of fighting for room. Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Hopefully it's available for me too. Now, I haven't got multiplayer. That would make a difference for the Redux expeditions with it. I didn't need multiplayer, let's say, for, you know, the kind of up-to-date expeditions. But hopefully it's not blocked behind a multiplayer thing. You have 3 saves. Ah, cool. Yeah. Yeah. I just have 1 main save. There's a lot of work done on that. I usually go in for maybe an hour a day-ish, you know, because it's, how can I put that? It can be relaxing, you know, a little bit of a break. Okay, I'll definitely check that one out. That's cool. Didn't know that. Yeah, across everything, yeah. That one, yeah, 16,000. Yeah. I was even considering going to every single galaxy and putting up, you know, what do you call them? My brain, I'm so tired, I'm gone blank. A teleporter. But the problem is with it, you need a teleporter, you need at least 1 battery and 1 solar cell. So that's 3. Multiply what, like just 250 or more. So you waste 1,000 pieces when I'm more into building. So I've explored about 5 or 6 galaxies, 4 dimensions. I think that's enough. I've been every single. I've 1 main base that's on a paradise planet. I've got 4 of the settlements. They're on paradise planets, and all in different galaxies. Yeah. But they're, you know, once you play it as much as I do, you know, travel around a lot, they're easy enough to find. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. I don't think I've got that far. I've gone to, I don't know, a couple of dimensions, and there's 2. There's Hilbert and the other one, isn't there? I forget which one I went out. About 5 I went out. Yeah. Yeah, to the other galaxy. Well, it's kind of easy enough. Once you get to a galaxy, really, you could do it pretty quick. Just, you know, get yourself a gate. You know, keep typing in the same number, and it'll get you closer enough to the core again. So you could do a galaxy easy. You know, 1 every 40 minutes, every hour. Yeah, yeah. I didn't want to build too much because there's other stuff I want to do because of the limit. You know, if you're building big, 16,000 pieces is not as big as what you might think. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. It's really good, yeah. But even if it was 160,000, I'd still want more, you know? You know what it's like. Yeah, you'd still want more. Yeah, okay. I think that does perfectly, guys. Right, let's, Oh, that's perfect. Look, we're in range of food and resource storage as well. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that with the other base as well. I'm looking kind of more like an underwater base. I was hoping they would give us, you know, some more kind of glass fixtures for underwater. It's kind of basic. But that game keeps going from strength to strength. Imagine if every game treated their customers that way. Hmm? And they can still make, you know, money. It's just they're not greedy. There's making money and then there's greed. Always seems to be greed. Hmm. Yeah, the Corvette thing is pretty decent. I think they did a better job than BGS. But BGS are a company that they don't really set a high standard, do they? Like, it's really silly. Unless you had your ship fully functional, you couldn't save it. So you could put an hour into designing something, you know, be missing some kind of engine part or something, and then you'd have to start from scratch again. You know, because you needed to get that piece. On No Man's Sky, it's not like that. And a more, really a better version. Yeah. For the Corvette, the shipbuilding. Yeah. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, the Corvette parts. You can pick them up now, let's say, in pirate battles. You'll get them, you know, on the planets where you get those canisters, and they're even on frigates now. Yeah, they're everywhere. Some interesting parts. The Deadeye laser weapon looks interesting, but I never got around to building something decent yet. You know. Oh, there's a new thing they have as well. I noticed on my freighter. You know you know your oh, maybe I didn't notice it before, but you know you can have X amount of ships. I think it's like what, 12 or something, isn't it? Well, you can put them into storage. You know, like the weapons. So let's say you have 12 ships, but there's a nice ship you want to get. You could put maybe 5 or 6 of them into storage and clear up that space and bring in that other one, and kind of do the same when you want to bring them back. Oh, it's always been there. Yeah. An extra 20, oh, that's cool, in storage. Never really noticed it before, yeah. Yeah, 12 are accessible. And a further 20 in storage. Ah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff you'd like to kind of pick up, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a pretty decent idea. At 11 now, before I built my second Corvette in the Breach expedition. Ah. Getting parts by floating in space was wonderful. Yeah, it's definitely different. Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. Let me get out to that guy somehow. Oh, I'll get to you. Okay. I usually go with green on the inside of these. It's the only really colour that makes a difference, but I always do the top black to blend with the roof. I want you to see the inside first. There. Oh, come on now. Yeah, green is the only thing. Anything else looks a bit silly. Black outside gives it a nice natural colour, and then we'll put in the other junk. Just do a bit of this. Just while we're here. Let's start. Okay. Come on now. There. Just grab the other guys out. I'll do the fine touches later. did that. It ended on Wednesday morning. Yeah. You shoot the floating debris and cover it to get 2 to 3 parts. Will probably be part of the normal game soon. Probably. Yeah, like a kind of test. So basically, then I should be able to get the Redux expeditions are doing now from the same console as the other ones. That's cool. I'm surprised I missed that, but I checked it about a week ago, I think. But I was kind of expecting an update, you know, before they did that, but apparently not. Yeah, that's going to be cool. Yeah, I did a bit of Googling, and apparently around November they would start doing that. But it did, I think it did say the last time they did it or something, and it was like late in November, so I wasn't expecting it for a few weeks. Yeah, it's the server side for Redux, yeah. Yeah, I was just kind of expecting it, you know, getting all the other expeditions. But then the coding is already there, they would just literally have to turn it on from the server. So it's not like they're adding new content, so yeah, it wouldn't need an update. Yeah, when you look at it that way. It would need an update. Now we'll just do this junk and I'll do the other stuff on it later. Just get this out of the way. Just colours, they won't let you do any boxes or anything. They won't let you do some kind of a flag on this. I'll come back to it later when we do something on it, but that's good enough for the time being. That should sort those guys out. At least we got that out of the way. So I know where I can do my fencing. Yeah, that's going to be cool. So I get to do Expedition 4 and 5. And even though I've done 2 expeditions, Lobo, I'll have to be careful this time. The last time I kind of came back without collecting the junk I needed from my ship, and couldn't collect the fireworks and stuff I got from that. They're still available to buy, but still. So if I can manage to not mess up on these 2, I will have at least 2. I've got a pet from somewhere. I think it was the expedition before that. But what I'll have to do is that anytime I get a pet in future, I'll have to make it a priority to get the egg as well. You know, to do that. Because, you know, you're messing about with that stuff. It's very easy to release a pet and not realise it. I was getting rid of some junk. And I forgot. Yeah, I literally forgot. That, you know, I had a guy in there. Okay, so that's it. Let's save this one, guys. Well, that's cool. So, what time is it now? I've been on 5.5 hours. Usually I push to 6, guys. But I've got a funeral mass to go to today. I have to drive about 50 miles. So I would need maybe a couple of hours sleep, and I need to freshen up as well. So I think I'll leave it here. Get a bit of a head start. I need to shave everything. And, you know, I can't be driving like that, you know, if I'm too tired, too dangerous. So let me just save this. But it's not bad. I was only intending on doing this for 4 hours, but still managed to get 5.5 hours. Pretty good, even though I have a migraine. So that's it. That's me done for what day was today? This is the weekend, isn't it? It is. Yeah, that was my weekend stream. So I will be back again Tuesday evening Eastern Standard Time at the same time, and then after that stream off again until Friday and Saturday. So, you know, I'll always, no matter how I'm feeling, manage to stick to those 3. I'd like to do more, but just haven't got the energy for it, you know. Goodbye, Zick. Yeah, thanks for being here. And you too, Jaeger. I appreciate it. My pleasure. So yeah, we'll do the usual. And you too, Lobo. We'll do a raid. So goodbye, Lobo, Jaeger, Zick, Young, Suburban Werewolf if you're watching, and of course Jules, and let's see who else is here. Jones. Oh, my doggos. Just about time as well. Let's see, Jules, Noble. Let's see what else we have. Zick. Oh, that's everyone I can see. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. Also, of course, Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Randy, if you're watching. Have a wonderful week, ladies. And let me see who else was on early. Yeah, my brain is blank, so I'm missing quite a few. But apologies, guys. Guys, don't be like that. Yeah, they're fighting over a biscuit or something. If I've forgotten anyone, my apologies to anyone I might have forgotten, and again to everyone who was watching. Appreciate it. So back Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. Hope to see you all then if you got the time. Until then, everyone take care and stay safe, and we'll go do this raid. While this is raiding here, and I'll be on the channel and, you know, probably freshening up, having a shave and getting ready. And then, you know, going to sleep. Hopefully getting a few hours before I start this drive. I don't like to drive anymore, to be honest. But, you know, what can you do? Probably better off doing it that way. So, okay, let's do this raid, guys. And again, have a good one, guys. So, right, let's do this raid.